Check, check. Yeah, this is the webcam. This isn't my other mic. Got such a disaster set up here. Yeah, maybe quantum will actually work this time. On the short side, it's been pretty brutal. P&L goes up and down. You can't cry about it. Check, 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 check. Fucking stupid shit, man. Can't believe my... the stupid mic situation. No producer.
Top news alert. Verizon names former PayPal boss Dan Schulman as CEO.
Yeah, so that's interesting. And obviously the AMD OpenAI news. Streaming is very easy. You just press the button. Baby woke me up all night last night. Streamlabs can't see this mic. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, you make bets, and bets either work or they don't. But, you know, maybe quantum short will work once more, we'll see. So let's see what's trading. AMD up 35%, CRML up 41%. I don't really want to switch to OBS because I don't know that software and I don't want to learn it. Nvidia's down 1%. Rigetti's down 3%. I don't understand what are the crazy numbers at Citadel? They're very kind of boring, steady eddy returns. I don't know much about the SMR sector. But yeah, let's try to look at some new stocks. It's been kind of like just quantum watch for the last, I don't know, long time. It would be good to go do some new ones. I don't think we're going to listen to Abivax. I don't think there's a need. Request on ANAB. We could do that. Yeah, I mean, does sharp mean anything? if your returns are very low. I mean, the data are the data. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know that the data's too meaningful. I've talked about Sora pretty extensively. I mean, I think Sora's going to be a good litmus test for the GPU business going forward, the industry. If Sora stays a popular app, then it augurs very well. If it doesn't, I think it scares Meta from overbuilding too much in the space. I have coffee. Sure. Thanks, man. I've been shorting this industry called quantum computing, and that the stocks in that space have been going up a lot. So that's why I've given up virtually, not virtually, but basically by total performance. Technicals. What is a technical? Yeah, the AMD news was a little bit surprising. I don't know. I mean, I made a lot of posts about how quote unquote timing the market's very randomly distributed, and there's no obvious and easy way to do that. You can try to guess market psychology, but it's very touch and go. Even the best people I know at it are barely above random. So, you know, sticking to one's fundamental instincts is, I think, a better game plan. But if it works for you, God bless you. No, I don't think the AMD news is bearish for NVIDIA. I don't see OpenAI going too ham. No, I'm short all four of the publicly traded quantum computing stocks. Don't know anything about Oklo. We have a Vienna physics student. Welcome. Physics was always my worst subject. Okay, ANAB's cash has dropped a little bit. They used to have more. Looking at ANAB, this is Anaptys Bio. I can guess I can put it on the bottom here. Yeah, should we read the AMD press release? And we are going to watch the 6 gigawatts of AMD GPUs. We're going to watch OpenAI's Dev Day. It's supposed to be some big news, both from OpenAI, and possibly the rumor is we're going to hear from Google this week that they solved the Navier-Stokes problem, which would be very surprising. Seems very unlikely, but they teased something recently that potentially they made some progress, but a complete solution for Navier-Stokes would be, very, very impressive. And another feather in the cap of Demis Hassabis. All right, AMD and OpenAI announced strategic partnership to deploy 6 gigawatts of AMD CPUs or GPUs. AMD Instinct MI450s is set to begin in the second half of next year. That's 1 gigawatt, second half of 26. It's about 12 months from now. They have a definitive agreement. It's just a little odd coming right after the NVIDIA agreement. Oh wow, AMD has issued OpenAI a warrant for 160 million shares of AMD stock? What? The fuck? What the hell? Now that's some shit. Ain't that some shit? Why would AMD give their stock up? To align interests? Hey, I'm a shareholder of AMD. I'm livid. Obviously, the stock is up at the moment. Okay, so first tranche vest with the. Okay, this is so weird. Technicals. That's when you draw the crayons, right? Micron's maybe the big winner. Tens of billions in revenue for AMD, while accelerating OpenAI's infrastructure build-out. Okay, let's take a look at, use EM to take a look at the revenue expectations for AMD. So they're at 33 billion, so this is supposed to give them tens of billions of revenue. Big if true, big if true. You got the Greg Brockman quote, you know it's serious when Greg is quoted. Yeah, it's bizarre. I would have figured it was a 10% stake of OpenAI, like they did with friggin' NVIDIA. Why the hell? What? You want to buy my product from me, okay, but I have to give you stock in exchange? That's the only way I'm making the deal? You go to the bodega, hey man, give me a coffee and a bagel. Okay pal, and I want 10% of all your fucking earnings from here on out. Basically, why would I do that? I'm gonna buy a lot of coffee, a lot of bagels. Got yourself a goddamn deal right there. it's like, if we buy your chips, then, your stock's gonna rally, so give us the stock. I need a cut. Thank you. I mean, if you're gonna buy the chip, you should be buying the chip because it's valuable. You know what I think happened? Lisa probably went to Sam and said, "What's it gonna take? What's it gonna take for you to use AMD at OpenAI?" Sam's like, "Man, we really just don't want to use AMD." Lisa's like, "I'll do anything. I literally do anything. What do you want to do? If I use AMD, you have to give me 10% of AMD." What? I mean, that is the craziest thing in the world. Could you imagine if you tried that with Jensen? Product should speak for itself, right? I mean, if one of you guys used Godel, I guess if JP Morgan came to me and said, "We're going to put Godel, on every terminal at JP Morgan, but we want 10% of Godel," I'd say, hell yeah, you got yourself a deal. But if I'm Bloomberg and they say that, Bloomberg says, look, man, why are you bringing up equity? You like our product, use our product. You don't like our product, don't use our product. We're not going to give you stock in our company, let alone 10%. 10%? Plenty, Carl, growing very, very quickly. $27 billion of stock. It doesn't make any sense. Here's $27 billion of stock. I could give that. I could just sell that in the stock market and get $27 billion in cash. If you're AMD, do an offering. So I'm going to give you $27 billion of cash, and then you're going to buy $27 billion of products from me, and you're going to get $27 billion of value out of those products, because other people are buying those products too, assuming they're getting value out of them. So you're basically getting GPUs for free. And that must have been what she said. She said, "Listen, I'm going to give you these GPUs for free." But the thing is, she gets to book it as revenue. OpenAI is like, "Oh, I'll take the compute. Fuck it. You could be our backup compute." But AMD gets to have the revenue growth. This is fugazi for AMD. I almost think AMD should be down on this. Reporting the revenue, you're bribing for revenue in essence, right? But for the stock, I wouldn't have done this deal. I don't think OpenAI is sus. I just think it's yeah, I think that's right, Kev.
We have a technical analysis tool in Godel. I actually built it. It's a vector search. It searches a 30-tuple over market history and returns the k nearest neighbors. Spruce Biosciences, what is this? Breakthrough designation. What is this thing?
Oh.
They have enzyme replacement?
That's interesting. That's kind of my field.
Surprised I didn't know much about these guys beforehand.
And they're filing a BLA? Wow.
Yeah, get your, I'll let you back in sync 1 second. So we'll look at spruce. Man, I'm upset I don't know spruce. I guess a lot of people didn't know spruce given it just jumped like crazy. 33 bucks this morning, up $25. Maybe we should look at spruce first because it's kind of moving really rapidly here. I doubt it's along up here. That's a really near-term BLA. They could be approved and selling next year, this time next year. Who is this? Javier Schwarzberg, don't know him. But breakthrough designation just before a BLA filing. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, this was OTC. So this was on Pink Sheets. Oh, that's crazy, Ace 27. Always on AMD, very, very weird deal. To me, somewhat bearish instead of bullish. Take the other side. Reverse merger or reverse split? Okay. Wait. Is this not? Is this? How is this possible? It's a 30 million market cap? Is that what you're saying? Hold on. No, it's not a typo. It's been a rough little ride here. For the Skrells. Yeah, I think the AMD deal was not great.
Oklo up 7% randomly. Quantum is up a lot. I keep prematurely calling the top. Yeah, I have to do the QUBT model. It's pretty wild.
Cop News Alert.
Cop News Alert. Call him who needs U.S. economic data when you have Wall Street. McGeever.
Yeah, I mean, Oklo isn't that tied to OpenAI. But yeah, I guess they're hoping the same thing will happen where Sam will do, you know, I guess pre-purchase Oklo reactors or something. I'm not sure about Cure. I mean, I think it'll keep going up, but it's not like, shouldn't be the only stock in somebody's portfolio. It's a okay long. Yeah, BVAX kind of data was sort of expected, I'd say. Oh, if you're 100% in Cure because of me, you're doubling your money. Congratulations. I would take your profits. Yeah, I wonder if AMD comes back down though. I'm not sure this is the news that everyone should be that excited about. The 10% warrant coverage is somewhat egregious, I'd say. No, I don't know Delora. What is that? Delora Investments? Never heard of it.
Oh, and Aptus is splitting in two.
Yeah, I mean, quantum's going to go all the way down to zero. It's just a question of when. It's kind of like beyond meat, 3D printing stocks, all that stuff. It's all the same shit. Yes, Santiago, I was. Back in the trenches. Yeah, Beyond Meat was a huge company. Yeah, the IonQ guy said he's gonna be bare minimum Cisco, but more likely NVIDIA. Can't make this shit up. A lot of things to work on, including figuring out this QUBT financing, which is such a bad and weird thing. Yeah, exactly, Kobe. Microsoft is kind of like Bell Labs. I mean, they want to do quantum for the science of it. I don't think it's because they think it's a big business. I think they think it's just something cool to work on, and I think that's true. That's why I have an interest in quantum. It's a really cool science, but I don't think they see it as a big business. They do lots of stuff like that. You just look up research, Microsoft Research. .3D printing stocks all went down like 90%. It was a hot thing for a minute. Hard to say what's going to happen to Novo. There's some demand issues. Lilly seems to be beating them there, but I think the whole space is going to have, or has, demand issues. Yeah, Wall Street knows it's all bullshit. So I think, one way or another, the quantum trade is ending. Can't sustain itself. Kind of reminds me of CMGI. Yeah, Rocket. I like Rocket.
No, it's a mix of things. It's retail, it's indexes, it's not all, you know. It's not all retail. There's foreign retail, there's US retail, there's indexes, then there's quants. Those are kind of the 4 parts of quantum to understand. Yeah, AMD is, NVIDIA is now, okay. NVIDIA price is so NVIDIA is nearly flat on this AMD news. I wonder if AMD is going to be, it's not going to be down today, but I wonder if AMD drops to below 200, possibly. happening with the TikTok deal? Yeah, we should work on the next ATYR. We don't have to be locked in on quantum. Jim Burley is a blockbuster, good for GSK. %8 royalties to. That's not bad. So 8% royalties is 80 million. That's really good. And Aptus could be cheap. I like that. Yeah, quantum has been very challenging to stay solvent, but you know, with ATYR we doubled our money with that. So nice thing about biotech is it's always an easy profit center for me. Although biotech goes haywire all the time too. Capper and Anavex coming up soon. Capper is all cap. Let's just say it's all cap. Yeah, you know, the market's in a bit of a crazy manic period. Tends to not last forever, but it certainly can, so. Capper is a short, because let's just say it's all cap. Yeah, it's probably true, Chris. From what I'm told, it's all cap. Yeah, I think the thing is like, once everyone's been squeezed, like, is it Arthur? I'm gonna get your name right. Once everyone's been squeezed, Arthur's mentioning, you know, some very smart comments there. If everybody's been squeezed, there's no appetite to short it on the way down again, because everyone's been burned. Now, there's always new customers on Wall Street that replace the old ones. And there's guys that are up a lot, so they can go ahead and jump into a trade. So there's always some appetite, but the hope is that if you've been burned and you say, all right, I've lost 10% of my portfolio in quantum shorting, and I'm burned, I don't want to do it again. It's just funny because, you know, it will correct, And a lot of those traders, you know, lose money both longs and shorts. They sort of lose money. It's the irony of these really big movers is I think one of my longtime partners used to say whipsaw. They kind of whipsaw you. Yeah, I was short Veer back then, way back when. Yeah, the short does become too juicy. Now, again, CMGI and Internet Capital Group in 99 and 2000, Internet Capital Group and CMGI were basically like public venture capital funds. They called them incubators. They were YC before YC. They were a publicly traded Y Combinator. And the problem with them is that they didn't have any hits. Y Combinator had dozens of big wins. The people behind those companies did not. And so those companies went to zero. But imagine if you had a 3% stake in OpenAI, a 1% stake in Anthropic, a 2% stake in, Scale, a 1% stake in Perplexity, all the AI companies as a publicly traded company. How crazy would that stock be? It would be, the wildest stock ever, right? That's kind of what CMGI and Internet Capital Group were back then, and they got to like 50 billion caps. It's hard to say, Michael. Oh, Jesus, I hope not, but yeah, it's possible. Robust is just a synonym for good. Yeah, absolutely, Hans, but the point I'm making is that's kind of what CMGI and Internet Capital Group were 20 years ago. I'd say right now I'm just happy the stream is even staying up. We'll see if that helps. Yeah, something like that, Michael. Let me be in misery. Let me stay miserable. Oh, that's interesting. SSSS. I don't know much about nuclear, so I mean, when I short a stock, I really do want to know, is it bullshit? Is the company going to be here in 10 years? It's not really relevant when you're trading, but I just like knowing that. And in the case of nuclear, I haven't done the work. But in the case of quantum, I know a lot of the top people in quantum, and I know the technology, at least I think. And yeah, it just doesn't add up. But stock close is running wild on the OpenAI situation, which is a little odd. So many stocks to look at. All right. So ANAB seems very very exciting. I'll put it up here in my long list. Some more for it. Yeah, where's Joe Springer right now? I think the big players are short QC. I think they just have to be very careful to not be burned. I've stayed in shorts for a while. Quantum is one of the longest I've stayed in. Oh yeah, everybody on Wall Street's talking about it. It's just the perennial battle of risk management versus, conviction. You have high conviction, great. I'm still not going to let this fund drop below 5%. And the trader's sitting there saying, but this is crazy, right? But the risk manager and the boss is saying, crazy is when all of our investors pull out. We're not doing that, not for any stock. Yeah, so QUBT is raising money from institutional investors who are flipping the stock. So in essence, they're making trades that are they're doing secondaries that are.
Top news alert.
AMD signs AI chip supply deal with OpenAI, gives it option to take a 10% stake.
If a stock's at 25 and someone says, do you want to buy it at 22? A lot of people say yes, no matter what it is. There's AMD dropping closer to 200. Retail does have a bit of an advantage there, yeah. I'd say QUBT is probably the worst quantum name because it's not, they really don't have anything. There's no technology there, it's just a professor. they literally have no assets, no business, right? It's just a toy ticker. I mean, it's like a meme coin. Yeah, I don't know if you could do it fast enough, Anthony. But yeah, if you had a quantum computing company right now, you're sitting pretty. That's kind of exactly where you want to be. Quantum cannabis sounds good too. Bye, bye, bye. All of them. There's only 4 real quantum stocks. And I'm in all of them. Robinhood's down apparently. Fidelity down too? What? Allegedly Fidelity and Robinhood are down.
Well, basically what we're seeing is that NASDAQ replayed a bunch of old trades might have to do with migration.
Yeah, we're hearing issues with the NASDAQ migration. Thanks for the update, Trading Desk. Fidelity not down according to somebody. They got it back up, obviously, yeah.
Hello. Hello, friends. Decent hair day. The AMD, I think it breaks 200. NVIDIA, I'd like to see NVIDIA green. I'll be right back. I gotta talk to my colleagues too. Quantum has to be the biggest bubble I've ever seen. Just so ANAV looks pretty good. I mean, just the assets, just jump early alone is worth something. I guess the rub
Top
on.
news alert, U.S. Supreme Court rejects Ghislaine Maxwell appeal of conviction in Epstein sex trafficking case.
Oh, there you have it. Bad news for Ghislaine. The issue with ANAB has always been that they're basically just money wasters. They just take all the money they get from licensing their technology and just dump it in terrible biotech deals that never work.
stock price at 103. What? How's that possible? Fuck. Yeah, so how did Monopar go to 100? This is kind of a shitty. It's fucking crazy. Oh, did they split? Reverse split? There's like, oh, there's only 6 million shares outstanding. Okay, phew. Thought this thing actually tripled or something. Did go up. I don't understand.
Top news alert.
Top news alert. Illinois sues
sues
to block Trump from deploying National Guard troops to Chicago.
Ah, 1 for 5 reverse split.
These Koreans stay winning, man. These fucking Koreans stay winning. True.
Yo. You guys have 800 questions. I don't have that much time to look at every single thing. Can I do 4 o'clock today? I think I can. On X? Need a new name there. Flanagan, what's up, dude? Hangul starting soon. Yeah. Hangul. Only price matters. Price go up. Therefore, I am right. Price go up forever. Yeah, who is it? Brug Trading. Bigger than Nvidia. Better. Stronger. Faster. Shiba. Quantum Dom. Yeah, this guy seems nice. Shiba. Andy. Vexatious Thieves of Joy. That is poetic. Very poetic. I am simply vexed. A
That's what Trey Gowdy said to me, I believe. I was sitting there like, sir, what the fuck does vexed mean? It seems like vex would mean like perplexed, but that is not what it means. No, that's not what happened, Tom. They just did the secondary. Capper? I mean, how many times do I have to talk about Capper? It's all cap. Let it go, let it go. Can go to 100. I was shorting CMGI. Betting against the Giants is a better bet than Quantum even. Yeah, Cody, unbelievable, right? I still like Sarepta. Abivax, around 90. It's pretty nice. A-Lab. I don't know that one well. Let's try to look at Monopar. Let me change my
settings here. I think Sarepta, I don't know, we should be able to get 50 pretty easily. Probably higher than that. It's been a rough one, you know, the FDA was going to take their drug off the market. There was a survey recently, the doctors have been saying that they're not going to stop prescribing even though a few patients died on the drug, probably because of the drug. But these are very sick patients to begin with. Yeah, I like to trade Chinese stocks, but just the Hong Kong, obviously, not the A shares. I can look at ADMA too. Okay. AMD's traded unbelievable amount, 160 million shares. Really can't believe they're giving OpenAI 10% of the company. A lot of bubbleness going on. Archer Aviation up 10%, Joby up 4%, Oklo up 6%, but it seems to be cooling off a little bit. IonQ up 4%. We're in bubblicious territory here. Rich Tech Robotics, this is stock ticker RR. This I guess I want you guys to see this thing. I'm not short it yet, but this came on my radar. Look at these guys. Apparently this is all fake. I don't know for sure. NVIDIA Connect. Is anybody allowed in that? So this is I mean, it doesn't look that bad. They have very, 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 very little revenue. Yeah, TikTok is excited, but this is I'm hearing it's a scam. I mean, this is just a forklift that moves, right? The fuck is this? They've had this forever. Right? I mean, it's sort of it's a cart. It's a moving cart. It's like a golf cart. Fucking little trolley. Monopar is a weird company. They have more or less one drug, which I know very well because I almost bought it, but I realized it was garbage. It ended up getting acquired by Alexion for some crazy reason. Who is buying this thing?
I'm mega short quantum, and it's not going so good. There's no real race for quantum computing. I mean, what are you racing to do Shores? You want Satoshi's keys, bro? You don't have to win every race. This is the first annual Shkreli Marathon. There is a Russian and a Chinese fellow. America must win right now. Am I convinced it's a bubble? Of course. AI, different story. AI is mixed. AI has value. Don't know Brio Frontera that well. I met the CEO years ago. No. Being able to factor a large number does not grant you hegemony. Sorry. I don't know what weed you're smoking. Bro, if I get to factor this really big number into two other big numbers, dude, that's sick. Yeah, I love it. I'm gonna be factoring all day, bro. I think AI is already doing, tens or billions, maybe even 100 billion in revenue. Monetizing AI is not hard. So imagine, totally imagine 35 being factored into 5 and 7, but except a really big number, bro. Really big. It's so fucking big, bro. I'm telling you, man. It's a big number. We're gonna factor it like crazy. No, we can't factor 35 right now, but one day, bro, one day. All the GGs, twin. Yeah, I'm using the webcam mic. My whole fucking streaming setup is just trash. What you are saying is not convincing when IonQ is $77. Well, Enron was $77 too. IonQ is very similar to Enron. You know Enron? Enron. You would have been long Enron too. You long any stock that's going up. Because you think that's a good, it's a good sign. Stock goes up, it must be great. Great company. Man, I'll hit you so hard with these nunchucks. Where are my chucks? Somebody took my nunchucks? This is a problem. I'm actually not safe right now.
if somebody's taking my nunchucks, that's kinda dangerous. Oh well. Well, I have a fidget spinner, a Godel fidget spinner, and I could probably use this as a weapon if I had to. Chucks are probably somewhere around the office. We got weights in the office, and they get the weights swapped. Look at how huge this weight is, bro. Massive, tons of plates. Wow. Now this is adjustable. You can adjust to add as many plates as you want. Look how big it is. You can see it's full of these lead plates right here. Lawyer Pro. That thing looks like it weighs 3 pounds. God damn it. You know, it's a thought that counts. I think we are getting a bench press in here. So that's good. Whenever the revenue's light for our company, we sell weed out the back. That's the game plan. That's the master plan. Software company disguised as, illegal drug company disguised as software company. No trend here. Yeah, Ryan, it's not safe.
Forever, Laura, forever. Can't shake me out. When I know something's a scam, it's a scam. Am I ever wrong? When have I been wrong about a scam? Ever. PQC takes 2 seconds to install. That's what makes quantum computing worthless. Pip install PQC. You're done. Never said nothing about illegal. I don't make any money streaming. And Connie's been calling nonstop. I had such a good weekend with my baby boy. He was chilling, smiling, laughing. It was great.
trying Copilot for presentations. That'll be interesting. so much spam on Twitter. Oh, Genix is close to cash. That's crazy. You guys get to see me in extreme pain all week, although I am going to the dentist tomorrow, which is arguably less stressful than this. Maybe I'll cancel. I will say something cool. Looks like 300-ish people have connected their Godel brokerage, or their account to Godel, their brokerage account. So that's pretty cool. 43 million total. There's the chart. Make sure you connect. If you connect, you won't be affected by the next price increase, which is coming very soon. So use BROK. Keyword BROK or command BROK to connect. I'm going to be mowing your guys' lawns pretty soon. Damn, man. I need a stress ball or something like that. We have this crappy one, but it's not like very comfy. It's like a Godel branded stress ball, but it's a dollar sign. It doesn't really do anything. It's kind of retarded. It's just useless. But we order all this swag, but the swag was from like the lowest quality place. So let's see what Monopar is going to actually file for FDA approval. I think that would be what they have to do. New drug application in early 2026. It's tetrathiomolybdate, right? Pretty sure. Wilson's filing NDA early 2026. Okay. So they're trying to do radiotherapy, radiopharmaceuticals too, which has kind of been a bit of a hot space. I don't know why they did this reverse split to have $100 stock price. I don't know what benefit they get out of that, but it's more squeezable, I guess. I don't know. Da, 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 boo, 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 da. All the apes are gone.
Top news alert.
Top news alert. Talks begin in Egypt on Trump plan to end Gaza war.
Okay, so let's say these guys got FDA approval. Are there PRVs right now, or are PRVs done? They have to reauthorize it, right? Okay, so September 30 next year. Does Wilson's get a PRV? Yeah. Okay, but like, who needs this drug? Everybody's really well treated with the current standard of care. Let me see.
You guys still there? Yeah, I agree. Maybe 10% of patients? I mean, that's not tiny. Let's see. 20, 25. And it's just 7 and out. So let's see. So they get approval. Maybe they get 25 people, 50, 100. No, something like this. I think they could push that price a little bit. Yeah, it's basically not worth even putting this drug out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, not too valuable. So Monopar's still a short to me. Yeah, Humacytes just gives you another chance to short it, I guess. Oh, that sucked, Captain Sleep. Okay, Okta. I gotta ask some of my coworkers. AI agent security and zero auth. Oh, it looks like Lisa and Brockman did a little interview. I gotta see this.
The market reaction is very clear. But for AMD and the AI
Who is this tool?
industry at large, what do you think this represents?
Well, look, this is a huge milestone for AMD. You know, we are so thrilled with the partnership with the OpenAI team, and it's also, you know, a huge moment for the AI industry because
You know they got Jensen's permission.
when you get to the right down to it, you need more AI compute. I mean, that's where we are today. Compute is the foundation for all of the intelligence we can get from AI. And you know, we are a compute provider. We have spent years on our roadmap. We've spent years working with OpenAI and the team.
And together now we're embarking on a massive build out of 6 gigawatts of AI compute, and it's a big deal for us, for our shareholders, for our teams, and for really the partnership and the overall AI ecosystem.
Greg, I said at the top, the focus is inference. I think that's really important to be specific about what you will do with this capacity. So literally explain that part. And I'm conscious that, in the first instance, the first target is 1 gigawatt and then eventually 6 gigawatts. But what will you use it for?
Well, I think that the world continues to underestimate the amount of demand for AI compute. Right, we've seen this explosion of demand with things like ChatGPT. We're at 800 million weekly active users now. This product didn't even exist 3 years ago. And we're in a position where we cannot launch features, we cannot launch new products simply because of lack of computational power. And we see these models continuing to get exponentially better. And I think we're just heading to a world where so much of the economy is going to be lifted up and driven by progress in AI. And so we're very much heading to a world by default that I think looks like a compute desert, right? That there's just not enough compute to go around. And so we're trying to build as much as possible, as quickly as possible. So we're starting with 1 gigawatt simply because you got to start somewhere.
Right.
But honestly, we're building as fast as we possibly can and trying to bring as much computational power to bear for the economy and for the world.
Lisa, this is such a big commitment to Instinct in particular. As a customer,
These Bloomberg people are so cringe, it's insane. But I think he's right.
does it make OpenAI the largest for that particular product?
Well, this is certainly the largest deployment that we have announced by far. I mean, 6 gigawatts of compute. As Greg said, we're going to start with the first gigawatt in the second half of 2026 on our new next generation MI450 chip. I think the thing to understand is, these types of partnerships actually take, years to really get comfortable with the idea that we're going to, go all in together. And this is an all-in partnership in terms of building out, the AI compute that OpenAI needs for everything that they're offering to the world. So yes, it's a huge deal. And it also says a lot about, how much needs to come together for, this entire ecosystem to operate. So, we are setting up, certainly there's a lot of engineering work, but our teams are working together on hardware, software. We're ensuring the supply chain, all of those elements are set up and ready to deliver on this massive commitment.
Greg, talk us through a little bit about the players that you need to also lean on. This has been years in the making, as you say, with AMD, but what other cloud providers are involved? How are you thinking about this working with an Oracle or others out there?
Yeah, we really think of this as an industry-wide effort. And in general, we think that compute is something that does require the entire supply chain to really wake up and to really to start building much more than people were planning on. I think this starts from energy to try to get far more power to be built. Things like nuclear, I think, are going to be very important to come online. The cloud providers are an important part of this as well. So we're going to be deploying AMD in our own data centers. We'll be deploying them together with cloud providers. We have a deal with Oracle, lots of other cloud providers out there. You can really see that we're very much in we just want compute, as much compute as possible. We think this is important for the economy. We think this is important for the nation. We think this is important for humanity. And so really, we're working with everyone in this whole industry in order to get as much compute power online as quickly as we can.
Lisa, I'm sorry, specifics. Where is this data center going to be? Is it one single site? Is it Oracle that will partner with you on this?
Well, actually, what this really is an announcement of what AMD and OpenAI are going to do together. OpenAI has a lot of partners in terms of where they deploy. I imagine a lot of it will be in cloud service providers. It's really up to OpenAI and Greg and Sam and the team. But the way to think about it is for this amount of compute, it's going to have to be in a lot of different places. I mean, it's a massive amount.
Multiple locations.
Multiple locations. Right? I would imagine multiple providers to really get this online as fast as possible.
Greg, there is a lot of focus on where OpenAI is going to get the money from to fund all of this. Sam Altman's big picture commitment is well documented, right? And the numbers are to his.
Well, AMD's giving us 10% of their company for free, so that'll pay for some.
Are in the trillions. But have you specifically thought about debt financing for this relationship with AMD? Have you thought about doing a specific equity raise? You are very committed across multiple projects.
Yeah, look, the way that I would look at this is that AI revenue is growing faster than I think almost any product in history. and that ultimately, at the end of the day, the reason this compute power is so important, is so worthwhile for everyone to build, is because the revenue ultimately will be there. Now, as a company that is trying to move as fast as we can, we look at everything, right? We look at equity, debt, we look at trying to find creative ways of financing all of this. That's been actually a huge focus of us for the past couple of years, is thinking about how can we possibly build the amount of compute that is required in order to really transform this whole economy into an AI-powered economy. And so I think you'll see lots of creative ideas, but fundamentally, I think at the end of the day, it is because we believe that
I'm sorry to jump in and interrupt, and Caro, just forgive me on this one. The condition of AMD issuing the stock to OpenAI requires you to spend money, basically, because you have to deliver that gigawatt of capacity first. Lisa, I have to ask you if you have assurances that OpenAI is good for it.
Well, let me be clear. I mean, this deal is a win for AMD, it's a win for OpenAI, and it's a win for our shareholders. And that's kind of the way we put this together. I have full confidence in OpenAI, Sam, Greg, Sarah. I mean, this is a massive opportunity for us. Right now, right here, it's about who has the most compute and how fast can we get it online. And we're committing to doing this together. And the fact is, as OpenAI buys chips, that's great for AMD. Our revenue goes up, our earnings go up. We expect that it will also be very, very accretive to our shareholders from day one. And as we do that, we're very happy to have OpenAI as a deep partner, and we win together. So it's like a virtuous, positive cycle in how we build out this big vision for having all this compute out there.
Right.
Man, if OpenAI can rob AMD, why can't I? Let's go.
And yet we still question, as you were just talking about, Greg, some of the other supply chain elements. You talk about the need for nuclear, for power. What's really interesting is are you feeling confident enough about the rest of the compute, the supply chain is there? Is this going to be US manufactured from your perspective, or are you looking at also building out internationally with AMD?
Yeah, we've been looking at really all options. Our preference and really the core thing that we try to do is build as much as possible in the U.S. And you can see the commitments that we've made over the past year. $500 billion of investment in the U.S. and that's not stopping. We're continuing to build. I do think that international, it is also going to be important for the world to have compute. I think that compute is going to become this national security strategic resource, and every country is going to need computational power. And so that we are really not limiting our sort of sites in terms of where to build, but we do think it is important that the U.S. leads in this technology, leads in computational power, and we're expanding the supply chain. But you can see that we've really been working with partners across the globe in order to actually meet the demand that we expect to be coming in upcoming years.
Lisa, the manufacturing of these chips, will you look to Intel at all?
Yeah, I want a deep partnership. Put 10% of the company in the back.
For it, do you think, in the future?
Well, as you know, the supply chain is something that we work on, very meticulously. I think we have a very strong supply chain. We're certainly deeply partnered with, TSMC across the supply chain. Just to that earlier question, we're absolutely prioritizing building in the United States because I think that's super important. This is the U.S. AI stack. We want to have as much of it in the U.S. as possible. And, we continue to really look at, how do we ensure that there will be a strong supply chain, going forward.
Greg, Sam posted on X that this deal with AMD is incremental to what's already being done with NVIDIA. But as Lisa knows, I've spent quite a lot of time looking at the MI family and the newer generations of products to come. Is there a very clear, specific benefit to using AMD technology for inference relative to the capabilities of NVIDIA? Or do you just see it broadly as some sort of diversifying factor?
Well, I would look at it this way, that there's a huge fixed cost to getting AI models running on any platform. And so that when we look at what's out there, that actually getting AI training to work is a huge amount of lift. That's something we've really only done the work for NVIDIA. But for inference, that's something that's much more, that there's an easier barrier to entry there. And one thing we found is that I think that the work that Lisa and team have been doing on the MI450 series, it's looking like it's going to be a really incredible chip. I think that there's the way that these things work is that there's niches for different balances of memory and computational power. And so as we have a diversity of workloads, we're finding that having a diversity of chips also really accelerates what we're able to do.
Lisa, at the beginning of this conversation, I said there are both operational and financial milestones to be met. And Greg explained you got to start somewhere. So in the first instance, 1 gigawatt. But would you just sort of draw out the pathway to that first gigawatt? It seems like you're prepared to move quickly here.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, Ed, if I can just build on something that Greg said. I think he's absolutely right. We're a believer in there's a diversity of workloads, and there will be a diversity of workloads across customers, models, use cases. And from that standpoint, we feel really good about how we're positioned. We love the work here because, frankly, OpenAI is the ultimate power user of our chips and tests us in very good ways. So I think that's what gives us confidence that the technology is there. And then to your point about milestones, yes, I mean this is clearly a case where we are tied to each other. The first gigawatt of deployment is super important. We're going to start that second half of next year, and we're going to build on from there. And it really is not just the technology, but commercial milestones, adoption milestones, and just how we proliferate the capability going forward. But I'm looking forward to building this as fast as possible. We're already working with a number of cloud service providers who are also very active on our technology. And I think this is a great catalyst to get the industry to build faster.
Tied to each other is such an interesting turn of phrase. And Greg, look, you are seeing more AI users and chip makers and designers becoming more financially tied to each other. Is this going to continue? Is this the step forward for how you see this financing going forward?
Well, I really see the world transitioning to this AI-powered economy. And the interesting thing is within OpenAI that we've really seen what it's like when your progress is limited and accelerated as two sides of the coin by computational power. Like teams within OpenAI, that their ability to deliver really is tied to the amount of compute that they get. And I think we're heading to a world where that is how the whole economy will function. And we're starting to see it, right? That people having access to better AI tools, if you're a coder, you're able to do far more if you have access to better AI models. And we're heading to a world where if you can have 10 times as much AI power behind you, you will probably be 10 times more productive. And so I think that we're moving to a world where the whole industry is waking up to the fact that we have just not planned. We have not planned for this moment where this explosion in AI demand is happening. So it's happening all the way from the power to the silicon. And I think this whole industry has to find a way to actually rise to meet the occasion.
Lisa, you have given us a look into the future before about how you see the total addressable market, the industry. Now that the ink is dry with OpenAI and Greg, are you rethinking either your bigger picture analysis of the market for AI accelerators and GPUs, or do you see AMD now having an improved position in that market, relative, of course, to your friends at NVIDIA?
Well, again, I think, and I've told you before, I believe that this is a huge market. We have sized just the AI accelerator TAM being, over $500 billion in TAM over the next few years. I think some might say, maybe I was a little conservative in that TAM analysis. But the way to think about it is there's so much need for compute. I mean, you just heard it from Greg. So, this is a huge pie, and you're going to see the need for, more players coming into it. And, from my standpoint, this is a big validation of our technology and our capability. As much as we love the work with OpenAI, we're working with a lot of other customers as well. There's a lot of excitement in the industry around MI450, so we're ready for it.
All right, well, that was Lisa Su from AMD talking about their recent deal with OpenAI. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, no, I do think their demand for compute is amazingly currently bottlenecked. Yeah, Shark Tank deal. Humphrey, what's up? Happy birthday.
Top news alert, U.S. stocks S&P 500, NASDAQ rises, AMD, OpenAI deal boosts tech enthusiasm.
Yeah, I can do the debate. 4 o'clock on X. Yeah, I'm not going to manage a fund or anything, Tomko. I don't think so. Getting close to crashing out. I don't want to crash out. You guys might want to see a crash out, but I don't want to do it. Apes are on the loose. Oh, that's a great idea. CLH, LC. You have to license that from HBO. But that's perfect. Yeah, I'm surprised AMD's hanging in there. Neg is back up too. I canceled my Netflix, because Elon told me to. There's a lot of fraud with quantum right now. I think most of the CEOs will probably go to jail. Pissed off because I didn't want to have to do this. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a $500 stock, basically. They have this drug. I was making this goddamn presentation, but Benzinga fucking annoyingly put out this stupid blurb. But yeah, it's a really small market cap. You know, I'm assuming that they actually, yeah, I mean, it could go above 500 actually, but regardless, I assume they get a lot of dilution and it doesn't. I'm sure it'll be halted a million times, but it's super annoying. Where's my presentation? There it is. So basically, in this disease, you are missing an enzyme. And that enzyme is responsible for breaking down this substrate called heparan sulfate. And without that enzyme, this substrate accumulates in your brain. And then it basically kills you. People who can't break down this enzyme die at 15. And so, or 18. So by administering a copy of this enzyme, you can see the data on my screen. This line is the upper limit of normal. It actually gets them to the upper limit of below the upper limit of normal, which is kind of amazing. So I think it's going to be, a $500 stock, as crazy as that sounds, but this is my expertise, is gene therapies, rare diseases. This is not gene therapy, this is enzyme replacement therapy. This is kind of what I do. And this data is really good. It should be good enough for FDA approval. I mean, it's a slam dunk for FDA approval, actually. And basically, yeah, the street doesn't understand yet, but it reminds me of an old company called Synergiva, which got acquired for $8 billion by Alexion. Alexion overpaid for it, but we should be able to get $1 billion or $2 billion market cap here, and it's a 20 million market cap, which is kind of crazy. Maybe it's 30 now. It's still kind of nuts if you think about it. The market cap is way too low. They'll have to do some dilution. I mean, they need more cash for sure, but like, it's such a small, amount. That they need to dilute, that even 1 million shares will do the trick. It's the delivery of the enzyme. Yeah, I think that's kind of like the, what do you call it, the drug price increase. People, oh my gosh, it's up 300 or 400%. Yes, but from what market cap? The 20 million market cap is going to go to $1 billion. It's halted right now due to my statement, but I think it's pretty obvious. Even if you assume they have 1 million shares outstanding, which they have less than that, 40 million market cap for an FDA-approved drug that's going to sell hundreds of millions is a layup. Yeah, it's just a brain shunt delivery called Ommaya shunt. It's very common for intracerebroventricular delivery. My results are all over the place. NASDAQ Poppy depends on the exact marks and all that. Right now, the results are about to change a little bit. Quantum's rallying even further now. Holy moly. Sure, thanks, Par.
And I gave the offer. He said he'll think about it for a couple days and get back to us as soon as possible.
Okay. So pissed. Sora. Pulse. Buzzing sound? I guess I can't hear it. My stream is shitty. I'm never gonna stop buying puts on Quantum. I'm just really pissed at this rival news story, I don't know, news company. It's really annoying. I was preparing this presentation and everything, and they just fucking, ugh. Yeah, of course I did preclinical work with animal models, other models. IonQ is a lot like Enron or WorldCom back when the bubble was crazy. People just buying stuff, they don't even know what it is, they don't care. Just buy. I mean, they're all pretty scammy. QUBT, D-Wave are probably the worst. Rigetti's the most honest. IonQ is like a whole new mindfuck of fraud. IonQ is spinning in circles so fast.
Viva. Oh, sure, Ace. Capr, C-A-P-R. Capricorn. Make sure you buy that. And I hope you bought ATYR too. Thank you. I'm sorry you weren't rich before, Ace. But yeah, you must have bought ATYR. Thank you. And you should also short SPRV. Try it out. It's still not too late for Sava too, you're right. I love these guys. Moron! Ooh. Introduction to probability.
Scamavex, they call it Scamavex. It's one of the worst drug companies out
Died like a dog. Died like a dog. Made in China. Made in China.
Anavex. Flucarmazine. Not a real drug, folks. Not real. Not gonna happen. They couldn't get FDA approval, so they went to Europe. And then, I know Macron very well. I know them very well. I know Putin. They're not gonna approve it.
Capricorn doesn't have shit. Capricorn's not treating anything. But yeah, it's DMD. You know, I can't believe Barrett's got a fucking PhD at MIT. How'd that happen? There's a lot of types of retinitis pigmentosa. RP is tons of different. Now there's a lot of subtypes. No, we're short, Capper, ABXL, Galt, those are all our shorts. So the guy said he wants to inverse us should should go ahead and buy those if he thinks inverse is such a good idea. Yeah, I think it's still a buy at 66. That's halted again. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Luxturna is out there, but you got to get the right gene. And then there are other companies making RP drugs. Yeah, so here's my DCF on a SPRB. I get $554 a share. And that's assuming they have 3 million shares outstanding, which was a very conservative assumption. I mean, all they have to do is sell 1 million shares right now, and they're pretty much funded for the rest of their existence. So in that case, $800 is the right price. I mean, I don't know how people fucking missed this. I mean, I guess me too, right? Like, BioMarin actually has a tendency of giving away good shit. They had this drug for LEMS, a very weird disease, and they gave it to Catalyst. He's here?
He's talking about a copy trading kind of thing, which sounded similar to what you talked about a month and a half ago.
Who's Doug?
Doug.
Oh yeah, I'll come in.
Okay.
I didn't know he was here. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to be back in I don't know, an hour or so. I have to meet this guy.
Top news alert, U.S. Supreme Court rejects Ghislaine Maxwell appeal of conviction in Epstein's sex trafficking case. Top news alert. U.S. federal shutdown enters sixth day as threat of layoffs looms. Top news alert, Fifth Third to buy Comerica and $10.90 billion deal to create ninth largest U.S. bank.
Hey guys, I'm back. I mean, I don't know, on SPRB, it's kind of like a pretty obviously very, very valuable drug. There's not a lot more to sort of say than I already said. I do think it'll go to 500, sort of 500 to 800. I was interviewing a new engineer. We might hire him. I like him. But yeah, I like it. Well, the news just came out today. Yeah, I'm long. I don't know when. I mean, they have, they're going to file for FDA approval in a few months. So I think more and more Wall Street traders, especially after what they just saw, if you're a hedge fund or something, you don't realize this is the next Synageva or other rare disease kind of startup. It's pretty cool. So. Yeah, I think 500 to 800, I mean, it's, you know, it's going to be choppy. I mean, it's not a straight line up. Yeah, make sure you sign up on Godel. I told everybody on Godel first, godelterminal.com. So a lot of people on Godel got it, obviously before the tweet. So they got a good price. So make sure there's a lot of smart people on Godel. It's a really good terminal. I think they'll sell 1 million. Well, at this price, it's trading again. I don't see why they wouldn't sell. I mean, I'm assuming they end with 3 million shares. And obviously at this point, you know, they don't need to dilute that much. So I think it could be higher than 500 because it's, you know, if it were, like I said, look at my model right now. I could split this out, I guess. Like, you guys are excited about the stock price, but I don't get interested or entertained by those things. Shares outstanding is 0.75. So assume they sell 1 million shares tonight, and I'm sure it'll be oversubscribed. There's 1.75 million shares, and then yeah, it's $900. So you just have to believe these inputs. And so the question is, can it do what I'm forecasting? Can it do 120 million in revenue, and then 165, and then 200, and then all the way up to 400? And the company actually has a good slide on this. Let me pick it out. I know enzyme replacement like the back of my hand. It was like the first thing I studied 25 years ago. I was around, you know, this is old school stuff, but, you know, this is back when Genzyme was fighting a company called Transkaryotic Therapeutics, TKTX. I guarantee you almost nobody in this chat remembers that. That was for Fabry disease. So they had a cool slide. Let me see if I can find that. Slide. course, I can't find it now. Ah. Here it is. You were 5 years old. Yeah, so I mean, the old story is Henry Tremere. There's a book called Orphan. I highly suggest this book. It's called Orphan, The Quest to Save Children with Rare Genetic Disorders. This is a great book that basically describes the business of orphan drugs. And it's a wonderful book that explains how the orphan drug industry was created, and it really helped build the biotech industry as a whole. So I'll show you what people with this disease go through. It's really terrible. And this drug is looks pretty good. Let's see here.
Sadie, can I ask you a question?
Question for you. Let me hold this. Let's listen. Let's listen to what his question is.
What do you like to do with your mom?
What do you and mommy like to do? Do you like to cuddle with mommy? Can you tell him? Can you tell we like to cuddle? Cuddle.
I love to cuddle.
You love to cuddle? Do you love mommy? Huh. Tell him you're mommy's girl.
Lifespan of 15. So very, very, very sad disease. Yes, Aridase was from placenta, that's right. Somebody knows. Somebody knows the
Sanfilippo
history.
syndrome is caused by a single gene defect. And it's almost unbelievable to think that one letter misspelled in your entire genetic code can lead to such a devastating disorder. When children are born with Sanfilippo syndrome, they often appear typical and healthy like any other child. The first signs of Sanfilippo that come to awareness typically are some speech delay. Sanfilippo syndrome developmentally and how the child behaves often starts with something that looks like autism and ends with something that looks like Alzheimer's disease. So for the children, early on, there's a lot of frustration because they start to fall behind their peers. Parents often will have a sense that something is different about their child, but it really doesn't come to the attention of medical professionals. People often don't start seeking answers until the child's around 1 to 3 years of age. And so children often end up having some early interventions, some early therapies, and they're diagnosed with developmental delay. Sanfilippo syndrome progresses over time from a child that looks very energetic, happy, healthy, to a child that begins to lose their ability to walk, to learn, to swallow and eat by mouth. They develop seizures and movement disorders and eventually are bedridden and pass away typically in their early teens. So these things are really, really tough as a parent to just be starting to get to know your child's personality. They're talking to you, they're playing, and then they start to lose those skills. So you get a glimpse of what life might have been like for them, and then you start to grieve what you know will happen.
So in this disease, you are missing an enzyme that metabolizes, it breaks up this, it's NAGLU, and you don't have NAGLU because you have a gene that won't make NAGLU. So you get the drug, which is synthetic NAGLU, and NAGLU breaks up this buildup of this heparan sulfate. It builds up so much that you get splenomegaly, which is your spleen gets distended from all this heparin sulfate. And so here's the slide I want you to look at. This is the heparin sulfate normal level, this bar. And after you take the drug, you go from having all this bulky heparan sulfate, which kills you, to having it at normal levels, which is kind of amazing. So you could easily see this being, the definitive treatment for this disease. And again, the slide that I wanted to show you, which was really great from a business and stock perspective, is this slide. And you can see that the revenue for the average lysosomal storage disorder disease is pretty good. Now I have 400 sort of peak sales. We do the average or the median. Let's do both. We do 169, 740, 30, 311, 635, and 480. Although there's going to be new ones that are even bigger, I think. But regardless, they have Myozyme. They don't have Myozyme up here. Myozyme's pretty big. Anyway, the average is 400, and the median is 400. So my estimate of 400 is pretty reasonable. That's one way to look at it. The other way is, well, you treat 500 patients at $750 a year. This disease is a little more rare than some of these other ones. But you can see, even if it's rare, like here, Vimizim sells the most, even though it's one of the rarest. So, is the audio not good? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I've recovered some of my losses, thankfully. But regardless, Sanfilippo is one of these diseases I always wanted to have treatment for myself. And it's good to see somebody's got something. So ironically, BioMarin, who makes a lot of those LSD drugs, sold them this drug. 1 second. And you might say, why would BioMarin do that? Well, BioMarin's a weird company, man. They also did this for CPRX. So I was there. I had my own rare disease drug company at the time. It's called Travere now. At the time, it's called Retrophin. And I hired a guy from BioMarin who, well, I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, this guy, there was the US rights for this drug, Firdapse, and BioMarin basically didn't want it. It was too small for them. So they sold it to this company, Catalyst. And Catalyst was a microcap. And now Catalyst is worth $2.5 billion. So BioMarin sometimes will give away these pretty good drugs. Is it going to be $1 billion drug? No. Could I even be overestimating it by a little bit? Sure. I could knock down the prices or knock down the drug a little bit. Still $400. So, and I'm not giving them all kinds of credit that I should for other things like just interest income or something like that. But yeah, it's more or less kind of what I think. Somewhere between 400 in the sort of cautious case and up to $1,000 for the high case. There's a bunch of lysosomal storage disease companies. The first one was Genzyme, which Sanofi ended up buying in a hostile takeover. After that, there was a company at the same time, roughly, called Transkaryotic Therapeutics, which was called TKT. TKT was acquired by Shire, and then Shire went through a lot of transformations and ultimately became Takeda. So in any event, the LSD space was very interesting. Alexion was another family favorite. We had a lot of Alexion. And so that's why I know Sarepta so well and these other things. I mean, this is my life, is these rare, crazy diseases. I mean, that's what I like. There's a cool way to help people and make money. And, a lot of people don't like me because I talk about that stuff, but I don't really care, because if you talk to the people that actually have these diseases, you know, they don't, you know, they're not, they don't care if somebody makes money. They want somebody to make money. I met so many of these families and they say, I hope you make billions of dollars. I hope you're richer than Jeff Bezos if you make a treatment for my son who's dying. What the hell do I care? I hope I can make all the money in the world. You know, and I think that's, you know, really important. I think the people who are already have the damage done will not be helped, quite frankly. It'd be nice if they did, but, you know, in the history of LSD, lysosomal storage diseases, typically if the damage has been done, you're not going to recover a lot of function. You might stop somebody from having more, you know, more damage, potentially, but I don't think you're going to end up, you know, sort of restoring function once you've had a lot of damage, developmental damage. So that's just kind of the reality of most of those types, most diseases in general, I'd say. So, but you know, it's what's interesting about this company and the stock is that before today, I don't think any of these hedge funds or mutual funds never heard of this company. Now, they got to see this and say, well, you know, this is a new player in rare diseases. This is a new game in town. And it's not even 100 million market cap. So it's going to be a pretty good ride up, I think. You know, I can see it easily get to 200 or 300 even within a week or two. I mean, I don't know, you know, nobody knows these things. You know, I thought quantum was gonna stop going up too. But if I'm sitting at Adage or Citadel or Point72 or Fidelity or whatever, and I made a lot of money in Alexion or I made a lot of money in Synergiva a long time ago, I know these rare disease companies. I like it when a company has a brand new rare disease drug and you're telling me this thing's only 100 million market cap. Well, it could easily be $1 billion. You do have to factor in the dilution, no doubt about it. But, you know, depending on how they handle themselves, they may not go out and sell 1 million shares. 1 million shares would be, you know, $120 million right now. They don't need that. They only need 50 million. So if they only dilute 250,000 shares, that would be wise. That's what I would do if I were them. Now, I can't tell them what to do. You know, I think it'd be smart for them not to sell 1 million shares and just sell 250,000 shares or 500,000 shares or something like that. But in my model, I even expected them to sell 3 million, total of 2.5 million shares to get to 3, and I still got a $500 price target. If they don't hit the dilution button too hard, you know, you could easily see 800, 1,000, something like that. And again, you look back in the history of these rare disease companies, I mean, $1 billion bare minimum is a typical, you know, if you can sell 100 or 200 million of drug, you know, $1 billion is pretty much a layup. So I think that's what's going on. You know, I you know, feel pretty strongly about that. Again, drugs are these kinds of drugs are my specialty. And if you look at that slide deck, let me see. Keep misplacing it. Ah, yes. That slide deck showed them dropping below to a normal level. You know, that's pretty much all you need for approval. I don't know if the manufacturing is ready to get approval. So many drug companies are getting their manufacturing not working out, but I don't think that's really a big deal if you can get FDA approval with the clinical side. That you can always fix the manufacturing later. So here's the typical progression. So crawling, walking, first words, simple sentences, toilet training. This is the normal progression, and it starts to deviate right around 3 years old, whereas the average kid goes on to toilet training and complex sentences and basic writing The Sanfilippo kid never sees any of that and typically dies before, adulthood. Loss of mobility and feeding tube at around 8 or 9 years of age. And again, it's all because they can't metabolize this heparin sulfate. And this enzyme that you need to metabolize heparin sulfate is missing. So just make a copy of the enzyme and give it, right? It's pretty easy. Well, there's a trick because it's a brain disease. So enzymes don't cross the blood-brain barrier. So you actually have to do this thing called the Ommaya shunt, which, shout out to Dr. Chris James, who was my first chief medical officer, who told me about this. He was actually also a brain surgeon, so he knew all about this. You make a flap in the skull, and you actually deliver the drug through the Ommaya reservoir. And it's probably named after like a Dr. Ommaya or something. And you infuse the drug, and this is called intracerebroventricular infusion. It's ICV. It's not intravenous, or it's not subcutaneous. Intracerebroventricular. So you get the ventricles of the brain, pop the drug in there, and you see this like I said, kind of the miracle result. I mean, this is enough for FDA approval. The thing that's causing you to die is this accumulation of heparin sulfate. It drops to normal. I mean, if I'm a patient or a caregiver of a patient with this, this looks like exactly what you want. It's pretty much back to normal. So you even see the liver volume go from this big splenomegalich kind of liver and spleen into normal range. So pretty exciting results. There's even this cognitive profile that's really helpful. A little hard to read this graph, but it looks like it helps normalize cognition a bit there. So anyway, it'll be FDA approved at some point soon. I mean, they're planning on filing for approval soon. What's kind of interesting here is that they got breakthrough designation, which I don't think the FDA would give that right before FDA approval filing. So the breakthrough designation is pretty nice. And they said that, here's the magic sentence here. This is why the big rally today. FDA confirmed that the cerebrospinal fluid heparin sulfate is a surrogate biomarker reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit and could serve as the basis for accelerated approval. Basically, I think they'll do it. So they're going to file in Q1, and then they probably get approval by Q3. I mean, maybe Q4. Now again, the manufacturing of this drug is, I think, tricky, and if they're ready to get approval on that is the big question. But either way, what happened with Scholar Rock is the FDA said, or other companies, you got to do something else for manufacturing, but we're gonna approve you on clinical, but you still have to fix the manufacturing. So the drug's not approved yet, but don't the clinical side we're satisfied. So that happens sometimes as well. It doesn't matter that much, DDDD. I mean, if they go out tonight and sell 500,000 shares, I'll be really happy because they'll have 70 million and the market cap will be 250. And that's still unbelievably cheap for the next LSD drug. I mean, on Wall Street, lysosomal storage drugs are kind of very prized because, we've just seen so many of these and they're all successful. They've almost never been not successful. So that's kind of the way that is. Yes, I'm still short quantum. And please don't make fun of me. Don't you dare make fun of me. I don't like it when you make fun of me. And it makes me want to not stream. So please stop making fun of me. It's not cool at all. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where it's going to go. Well, you can always manufacture it. They made it for the trials. The question is, do they have to run a new batch or do stability or do new methods development? These things can take, a couple of quarters, but in the life cycle of a drug, they're going to sell this drug for the next 20, 30 years. It's not going to, I don't think it'll be problematic. Well, I told everybody on Godel as soon as I could, and then some other guys said that I said it, and then it started going up, which was really annoying. So then I just said it out loud, because I didn't want this other company to be telling their customers what I'm saying. It's a little annoying. But, it is what it is. I think a realistic market cap's $1 billion. I mean, I just got to keep in mind the share count is so low that you're going to get more shares outstanding. So maybe a safe way to do it is just say there's 2 million shares outstanding, which is very conservative. And if you say it's $1 billion market cap, it's pretty simple to do the math. That's $500 a share. So. Yeah, Matteo, they reverse split, so the shares outstanding are not accurate on many platforms. Interestingly, Google has it correct. Google has it at the correct market cap, which is 77 million right now. And anybody that's been trading a while knows that 77 million is pretty small. No, my performance is different right now, Syntoma. I don't have it wired that it changes the performance at any given moment. That's not what I do. You'll know my performance tomorrow. Make sure you try Godel Terminal out. You can actually try it for free, and it's got a lot of cool features and tools that you can't get anywhere else. You can't get on TradingView. You can't get on almost any other platform. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Marvel, something like that. We'll see. It's realized and unrealized. Yeah. There's no doubt it would get approval because on the clinical data. Because if I'm dying because this substrate is at 5 times normal, and you give me a drug that turns it back to normal, that's a miracle. I mean, why wouldn't you approve it right then and there? That's a no-brainer. And it's actually published data too. There's a publication. Here's the publication if you want to read it. I mean, this is amazing. Take a look at this. These triangles and these circles are patients. He's got, the normal is 150, 175. This guy's got 500, 300, 250, 200, and they all drop to the bottom. They're all clean.
so low there at the LLOQ, which is lower limit of quantification. Look at this guy. Drug's doing what it's supposed to do. It's chewing up that gunk that is, literally accumulates in cells, and the cells blow up. All lysosomal storage diseases work this way, which is interesting. It's always these cells that are just basically bursting with, these very hard to digest molecules, and that's why they're called lysosomal storage diseases, because the lysosome normally breaks them apart, but here the lysosomal enzyme is missing. So cure is tricky. It's the FDA's got to figure that one out. I mean, Huntington's is a big disease, and I think their data is good. It's probably good enough for approval, but I don't think it's a no-brainer for FDA. FDA could say do another trial. I don't know. Name here is 100% right. How do you get better at biostatistics? Oh, I guess you read books like this. In all seriousness, you learn what a p-value is, and you basically are good to go. You don't need to know how to do a pi notation and intervals and summations, and any of these things are pretty monotonous. Directed graphs. Just learn basic biostatistics. You can probably do it in a week. We're doing 430? No other diseases, Jim. All it does is one thing, which is breaks one molecule apart, dissolves it. Yeah, that's a famous book. I read it in prison as well. I think I'm gonna take some time off trading. This fucking quantum thing has got me really ticked off. Can we ban Arif Hussein? You're done. You're done. You don't talk to me like that, okay? I'm off probation. And some of you guys are gonna have to learn not to speak to me that way. Don't speak to me that way. Fucking Arif Hussein, man.
Allahu Akbar.
That's you, homie? You're gonna talk to me that way. Ban him. F in the chat. Ban him. He's done. Banned by Hard. You're done. Shutting the studio down. We got clipped. Roses and F's in the chat.
He died like a dog. He died like a dog. He died like a dog.
A lot of people tell me that you can go to jail and get a lot of reading done. It's not ideal, but Habibi, no! So did somebody set up a quantum debate for 4 or 4:30? Library's not good in prison. It's not good at all.
This is why, like, if you just are a specialist in one thing, like rare diseases, you can make billions of dollars. Rare disease is not that hard to follow, especially, you know, just rare genetic diseases alone. Godel's a complicated system where you get a lot of power out of it, but you do have to learn it a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to find the quantum thing on Twitter. I can't find it. Is there an invite? Yeah, I was able to, Vince. Yeah, I think a lot of people have a hard time buying something after it's up, when obviously it has nothing to do with anything. This is the problem people had with when I raised the price of that drug from $13.50 to $700. They saw, oh, 5,000%, that's crazy, but if you actually did the math of how much the drug cost, it was actually not that expensive relative to every other drug. It's kind of normal price. These percentages just play games with people's heads. You know, it's natural, it's human, but you have to just take everything into account. You know, 20 million market cap, even right now, 70 million market cap. You got an FDA approvable drug. I mean, come on, you have to throw away the anchoring bias that you have towards numbers and say, if I'm a guy at Pfizer or private equity and somebody says, I have a drug company to sell you, they don't ask what's the stock price. They say, well, what's the asset? And I say, okay, what's it for? Sanfilippo, okay. I know Sanfilippo, it's like 1,000 patients, right? You can charge 500K each, so it's 500 million. So I would pay 4 times sales, so it's about 2 billion. So if I could buy that for 1, I would do that. And then they say, what's the price? Oh, it's only a 77 market cap. I'll buy that. You know, I'll buy that all the way up to 1 billion. You know, that's how you do finance. You don't start with the price and say, oh my gosh, the price has gone up. You know, that's kind of not the right way to do it. You know, that's a little bit foolish. Crazy stock though. I feel like it's like, is it even gonna ever get unhalted? Funny, right? Yeah, I mean, we did the same thing with Abivax. When Abivax came out, we started buying the crap out of it at 50. We didn't care. And BB, hold on, everybody be quiet. Ask BB Sarah, what's your question? Are you basically cooked with your trading? What does that mean exactly? Can you ask that again? Everybody stop and let's ask BB Sarah. What exactly do you mean by that? What are you trying to say? You can add her. I mean, we're confused. What's your question? This is soft press. It's not a deep press. What are you asking? We want to know. What's the story? You had a question. Is my performance up more than 0%? First of all, it's none of your goddamn business. First of all, for real, for real. Sarah is a men's name? Oh, you're not from this country. Sarah? Sarah? What the fuck is Sarah? Bro, that's not a man's name. The fuck are you talking about? Are you Habibi? The fuck is that? BB Sarah. What country are you from? Where Sarah's a man's name. I don't even know who I'm debating. Nobody sent me a debate invite. What's going on with App 11? Yeah, I mean, fully diluted market cap is a normal, that's a metric. App 11's barely, I mean, it's cratering, but it's kind of barely down relative to the huge run it's been on. I mean, this is the part where they get in trouble, right? I mean, this is what everyone was worried about with AppLovin. You can invest in Godel. You email me, martin@dl.software. But sign up for... I mean, SEC can probe them, but the SEC is not... It's a securities body. It's not a... I mean, it's not really a general oversight like the DOJ would have to probe them. It's not the SEC's job to probe companies' operations. It's their job to probe their disclosures, their what else? Their financials, those kinds of things. Hikaru, oh shit! Did you see the boy throw the chess piece into the crowd like a rock star? I loved it. But yeah, AppLovin, I mean, it doesn't seem like this will be enough to destroy the company. I know everybody wants to short it, but it's where it was literally a month ago. I'm almost tempted to buy some because it's just such an unstoppable beast. Everyone hates it. They're a consent farm, right? They just... I'm the CEO of a software company called DL Software. We make one software product called Godel. It's godelterminal.com. It's a alternative to other financial information terminals. So I wouldn't say I make a living by any of those things, but I don't know. It's kind of none of your business. I'm a terrible chess player. I wish I was a good chess player. I just have mental blocks on like making sure that I, mental blocks on how to get better at chess. It's pretty similar to how to get better at other games, but the stock market's a weird game. It's got its own game properties that, for example, for Spruce, I just know this space so well. Rare disease business is just that's been my thing forever. I mean, I still think it's got a lot of upside just because what is a rare disease drug? What is an LSD worth? Like I said, that slide. And again, it's incomplete, interestingly, and I know this because this is like my field, but you have to add a couple more. These are 6 lysosomal storage drugs, but they didn't include Myozyme. They actually didn't include a bunch of them, but I don't mean to pick on these guys. But the market cap was 400, or I'm sorry, the average revenue of those 6 drugs was 400. I wouldn't even include the dud. So say 400 or 500. I mean, 400 or 500 peak sales for a rare disease drug is worth a lot. I mean, this is kind of shortchanging it. But it's good to make a model and stick to the model. You don't have to pump the numbers because you feel like it. Make the best model you can. And the one I made spits out, almost $1,000 a share. In my history in biopharma, I mean, it's pretty reasonable. Now, of course, the stock goes up a lot and you say, I missed it, but that's, like I said, cover up the share price, just do the model and say, what will this drug sell? This is really easy. This is not like programming. Programming's hard. Millions of people program. Doing this thing takes 10 minutes. You do the years, how many people have the disease, what's the price, how much will it sell, how many people will take it,
you know, that's it. You know, there's not much, you know, there's really not much else to do. You do this discounted formula, NPV, you know, and you sort of, the last thing you do when you do these forecasts, though, is you don't want to, a lot of these you can do in your head, by the way, but I recommend doing it on paper. But the only cardinal sin of forecasting is when you try to fit the numbers to the situation you want. And that's kind of the time when everything goes to shit. You don't want to do that. As long as you make an honest effort to do the forecast and accept the results however, which way they come, then, you know, you can believe in the number. And there's still open questions, like if you have, somebody asked earlier, if you have Sanfilippo and you're 12 years old, should you take this drug? And I think the answer is yes. I mean, I don't think you want to not take the one drug that could save your life. At the same time, if you're profoundly sick, you know, should the healthcare system be paying for your medicine? Typically the answer is, you know, they don't care, they'll pay, because it's only one patient here and there. It's not millions of diabetes patients, for example. So I don't know, you know, that's kind of yeah. Thanks, man. My awesome coworker just handed me a fun book. There's a lot that can be said about this book. It's called Gödel, Escher, Bach. It's a famous book. It's 1,000 pages, 700 pages of nonsense. I've read this book like 6 times. Partially the name for the company. People read this book and it either they think it's the smartest thing they've ever read, or I think it's kind of like, maybe it's just kind of stuff a lot of people already know, especially since the guy wrote it a long time ago. And it's also a little bit, the guy loves himself quite a bit, you know, and you can tell, you know, he really thinks he's the smartest person alive. And I always hate books like that. You know, I don't like a lot of Nassim Taleb's books for that reason. This is like all stuff a lot of educated people know already. And, you know, by presenting it, they feel like, oh my gosh, I'm a genius. Well, I said earlier that I thought AMD would hit 200 or less, and it looks like it's finally starting to drop. I'm shocked that AMD would give OpenAI 10% of their company. What a masterful deal by OpenAI. I mean, how in the world, you know, who would do that? Who would say, oh, here's buy my product, I'm going to give you, if you buy my product, I'm going to give you 10% of my company. What? I mean, if JP Morgan came to me and said, we're going to buy 1,000 Gödel terminals, will you give us 10% of Gödel? I'd say yes, that's a win-win. And that's kind of what these guys are kind of claiming, but AMD's a big company. AMD's been around a long time. I don't know, is OpenAI's imprint that valuable? It's kind of crazy to me. I don't know. All right, that's it. After hours trading is now free for Spruce. I like that price too. Let's see. See if there's any news here. Calvista. I'm sure there'll be a ton of news. Round 1, fight. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Fight. Sometimes these are super volatile stocks, you can just trade them in general. But I like this one. Let's see if I can get a bid. Quick bid off. See if I got filled. I think I did. Do, 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 do. Fight. Biomea Fusion. Positive 52-week results from phase 2. You have to live in New York to work at my company because that's where we all live. We don't like remote. I have a bid at 111, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yes. So the quantum debate at I thought we were quantum debate. Oh, I got filled. Maybe I'll buy another stack.
Didn't answer who? I don't even know who you were. DM'd me where? On Discord? I haven't checked Discord at all today. On Godel. Oh. Yeah, I've kind of been in and out. So the guy's, he doesn't have time to do it, or what's the story? Fair price for Appian? I don't know. Kind of my favorite part of Godel is this thing we're building where the sell-side research, sell-side research isn't perfect, but it's useful and you can't get it anywhere else other than a few handful of, there are a handful of places you could get it, of course, but Barclays, we gained greater insight into the evolving Appian story. The move up market over the past years carried various consequences like sales disruption. The company is seeing more stability now, though, and the hope is for better times ahead. That sounds like a company struggling, not a company that's got its stock price where it's got it. We hosted the company's CEO and CFO for investor meetings in Boston. Appian has not been an investor favorite for a while. I mean, it's gone up a lot. And the fact that the company's large public shareholder, Abdeel Capital, reduced its position meaningfully over the last months did not help. Who the hell is Abdeel Capital? Yeah, I like ANAB. I looked at it. I can do 4. I could do right now. Oh, why doesn't he DM me? Yeah, chemistry is good to learn. No need for congratulations. I mean, when you see a winner, you just have to pounce. That's part of investing. If you wait, you're just kind of... But yeah, I think it's going to get on some screens that, a lot of hedge funds and just investors in general never knew about this company. I didn't. But I know a rare disease drug when I see one. That's pretty simple. Pretty simple win. There's a 4:30 call. There's a 4:30 call, biotech call. No halts after hours. You're funny, Brug. But yeah, there's a 4:30 call already on some biotech accounts on on X, and that sounds like it's gonna be worth listening to. So market cap is still 100 million, which is insane. I mean, $100X. Maybe we'll make sure you sign up for Godel, godelterminal.com, and you know, keep it coming. We'll have more and more ideas and more success together. Yeah, it should be the same price as Larimar. Larimar's targeting a bigger market, but the drug's not as clean. Right? The drug's pretty toxic. Yeah, Abdil is... What are they exactly? Abdil Capital. Colin Moran. How much of Appian, AppLovin do they own? I mean, you can have a portfolio. It's not one thing is better than the other, for crying out loud. It's such a weird take. $6%? I mean, it's still $10 billion, right? Something crazy like that. Who's Flow God? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's long only. I didn't know that. Options? I don't think options flow is really that. I mean, if you're really interested in a stock, you know, and you're really all over it, then I guess so. But like, yeah, I don't know if I would spend too much time on options flow. Learn fundamental investing. You know, if you're really in the weeds of a stock, you know, it could be relevant, but it's not really what I like to do unless I'm really like trading size. And most individual investors aren't trading size. Now, if you think you can get something out of it, I just don't know. You know. Go. Let's go. Love it. Insane. What a pump. Fungal. So sick. I bought it this morning when I saw it on Most. You guys could probably see me. So I saw it, and I think you guys probably, if you rewind, you'll see, or I'm like, huh? I'm like, how, what? Who are these guys? And once you see me get quiet like that, there's only one reason I'm getting quiet like that. Take a wild guess. I'm like, and then I minimize everything, and I'm like, you see me go to the other room for a minute? I don't think any shorters are blamed. I don't think anybody short the stock. It was 20 million market cap. Who's short the stock? That'd be a very weird thing to do, don't you think? It was Benzinga. Look, I don't really have anything against Benzinga. I was pissed off at the time, for sure. I don't love what they did, but at the same time, I respect the fact that, you know, one, they told me they wouldn't do it again. Super nice. And also that, you know, we're in the same business. They have always been really nice to me. Just a little bit, you know, ticked off because I wanted more people to get a chance to, more Godel customers to get a chance to buy it. Really, Bio3ler? That's really funny. Sucks for them. Yeah, they have to dilute. They obviously have to dilute. But at this price, it's much cheaper cost of capital. It might even be 200 before they dilute. So they don't have to sell too many shares, and then let's say they have 1.5 million shares. I mean, it's still low market cap. You know, the enormous gains are, I mean, we're sort of halfway done. Oh, let me see here. Hey, man. Yeah, come on up. Oh, yeah, just come on. Hey, I'm just wrapping up this live stream, so. You know Mark? You want to use the next one. Chris, you guys met? This is my idea. Sorry about that. This is the business we've chosen. This is the business we're in. Yeah, I think the move, I mean, the easy move is, when I think about stocks, sometimes I think about like, what's the easy move? And again, this is now getting into stock psychology, which I really don't believe in. But like, if you tell a hedge fund the stock's worth $1 billion, and the stock's at 500 million, they're kind of like, that's more or less what it's already at, right? It's a double, but it's not like, there's error bars around what a stock could be or couldn't be, right? It's not like it's some simple thing. So the easy move is when it stops being like, oh, this is, I don't even have to think about it, this is a no-brainer. So I think a good chunk, you know, around probably half the easy move is done. The hard move is the one where it's like, okay, I really got to sit down and do diligence and think about this because I don't know for sure if, you know, this is going to be big. But at 100 million market cap, you're like, I barely need to. I mean, you should always do due diligence, but you're kind of like in this like, this is a really good situation. But once the market cap goes up, you you know, it always behooves you to do due diligence, but it really behooves you when the proposition is you're going to buy at 500 and sell at $1 billion. You really need to make a lot of calls and talk to management, figure it out. But based on what I know, it was enough for me to pull the trigger. Yeah, the size before the raise is always tough too. I mean, you have to be willing to do the raise typically, which is not for everybody. Man, it's going very, yeah, it's moving very, it's kind of strong. That's funny, Gavin. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen any of that yet, but my Twitter is so fucked. I get so much shit now that I can't even like watch it all, which is frustrating. They would call for the offering. You know, they would put out a press release and make a call. I don't think they'd do an ATM. Do they have an ATM? If they have an ATM, they might hit the ATM. But I think typically they do, you know, a registered direct or some kind of public offering. No, I don't think so, Charles. I think that, yeah, you know, most people do like to buy shorted stocks because there tends to be some momentum behind them, but I don't think anything's personal because of me. No, Spook. We're meant to be a platform for institutional investors that do serious research, not meant for plays. We don't do plays. That's a kid's term, a piker term. We're serious investors. Nobody here is doing plays. Come on. No, I barely knew SPRB existed. I basically didn't know it existed. And then I saw it and I said, oh, holy shit, I know lysosomal storage diseases. Like the back of my hand. I know Sanfilippo B or MPS 3B. I mean, I cut my teeth on mucopolysaccharidoses, the MPS diseases with BioMarin. And so this is my space. Like, this is my domain, you know? Like, sometimes that's your thing, that's my thing. So I really, once I saw that, I said, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Yeah, the Benzinga thing was frustrating because everybody would have benefited at the same time, all the Godelians, but I think a lot of us still got some of the action. No, I'm still short quantum. I'm still short boatload of quantum. Yeah, the sell-side research is definitely going to be one of our key attractions, expert network. We're going to do a lot of stuff that none of the traditional retail platforms do because they're really institutional stuff. Appian created the no-code, low-code software space? Oh, this is Appian, not AppLovin. Jesus Christ. I'm out of my mind. Appian and AppLovin are extremely different. Okay, here's a benchmark. Oh, Benchmark's part of StoneX. I didn't know that. App 11 is entering the second phase of growth with self-serve e-commerce, international expansion, set to unlock a significantly larger addressable market. App 11's addition to S&P. Self-serve launch, buybacks. I don't know if Godel will go public or not. Well, Raymart's, then you know who to go with. I think the biggest thing people are concerned about with Apple is App 11 is the whole. How are they getting this consent? You know, the consent farming is something a lot of people are really cautious and nervous about these days. Me too. I'm gonna jump on the 4:30 call on X, so you should check that out. I might stream it here, but in the meantime, give me 5.
recipe for success. I think that's like a common temptation in a novice biotech investor's journey, is to just run through a binary and play another and another and another. They're just really dangerous. They're like Moonlight. Like I talked about how I was bearish Moonlight, and even I was stunned that it flat out failed one of the 2 trials. So there's huge risk in these, and you know that evaporates 90% of your investment overnight. When you should have probably realistically thought there was maybe a 5% chance of 50% downside, and what happened was 90. So if you're going to really play a binary, you need to feel like you've discovered something that people are not paying attention to. And so I may play binaries small that I don't have that sort of edge or alpha. But stuff like Abivax and Nectar, like you need to really dig deep and think you've got something that other people are not catching.
So, which is on that, which was surprising, right? I have a text for those listening. I have a text from Adam all the way back in October last year, where he, again, like he said, in his process, he was going through the corporate deck for Abivax, and he reached out to me and he was like, bro, like, I can't believe everyone's missed this. And he was going through the pooled blind blended data. It was right there in the corporate deck. And we then ran the numbers and we were both surprised. But it was still, 6 months out from the readout. So you couldn't really get too surprised. But Adam, on that, were you not also surprised that a lot of other people missed it? And it was there in front of everyone for like a year?
Yeah, I'm surprised that a lot of people didn't act on it. I know at least one other person who had known this independently and run kind of simulations like I had to see what it actually predicted, because it was one thing to say, look, the blended data looked good, but the next step with that is to take what the blended data from Abivax suggested and then kind of run that through a composite of a bunch of phase 3 trials, like how does the response rate predict the remission rate, etc. And it was just like blatantly obvious. Like the way I've been putting it is, it felt like they had mathematical proof that Abivax had to hit, like mathematical proof that they almost couldn't miss, and suggestion that it was going to be really good efficacy, which is ultimately what happened. And there it was sitting, at $400 or $500 million market cap, like just blatantly mispriced.
Yeah.
And blame it on the bear market, blame it on Euronext listing, European company, I don't know, but even when I posted all that data, and you can look and see how many views these things got, in the thousands, and 2 days later, which the data came out after market 2 days later, the stock was lower than what I thought was mathematical proof that it was going to hit and go up like a bunch. So, yeah, I'm surprised. And to me, Abivax feels like kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but that mathematical certainty is what allowed me to be confident in sizing it huge.
Yeah.
But again, that's something that was pretty evident that people hadn't caught, because if they hadn't caught it, the price would not have been what it was.
I think it was also just the timing, right? If it was a very risk-off environment, Darren Saga just just started to fade out a little bit. And I know a lot of the guys on the street, none of them had the appetite to risk losing 100 to 95%, 95 to 100% on a position.
That's true. It was huge downside if it failed, and there were no options for people to hedge large positions, which may have been another reason that we were able to get some serious edge there. But
and funnily enough, and we were talking about the process of binaries. Abivax was the only binary that I went in without a hedge either. But my hedge was literally the fact that it's gonna hit stat sig. And I remember we kept going back and forth, and I was calling every sell-side analyst every single evening and just asking them, okay, where's the stock gonna go if it's just barely stat sig? Because I just wanted to know what my worst case scenario was, and everyone, like, the floor there was 100%. So I'm thinking, no matter what, if I make 100% worst case scenario, like, I'm taking that bet 100 times out of 100,
Right. And you know, kind of like I said, like I was even shocked that it failed. We didn't have the sort of mathematical certainty, but you know, there's always the possibility that it does miss and shock you. But I don't know. We literally had data from the trial itself, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a heck of a case study.
Yeah, and on Moonlake, funnily enough, and I think you alluded to this as well. When the phase 2 data came out, there were a lot of individuals like banging their head against the wall, being like, okay, well, you know what, there's some red flags here, and you know, I think you also posted a fair bit, and it was just almost like no one wanted to listen, and it was, you know, those voices were going to deaf ears, and eventually everyone kind of gave up, and they were just like, you know what, Moonlake just only ever goes up, and so if like it just, and then obviously the last couple of months, you know, it seemed like every catalyst was going up. So the setup for Moonlake, I remember you and I were discussing with some of our other friends. The sole conversation was how high is it going to go? And you know, we were thinking about selling calls, and everyone was like, no, this could, you know, this is going to go to triple figures. That's a bad idea. It's gonna be valued over $7-8 billion, and no one. I don't think I met one person who said this had a 90% downside. So, like you said, the big surprise.
It had succeeded in two dose arms in a vastly smaller phase 2 trial. So to think that it was going to miss in an incredibly highly powered phase 3 trial was pretty unthinkable. But that shows you how tough biotech is. Mm-hmm. And I don't make any money for having been bearish on it for 2 years and I'm not short into the data. So I did all that work and got nothing out of it. I thought about shorting before, but didn't do it. And I thought what was going to happen, kind of like you were saying, the sentiment had changed overnight in biotech. I thought Moonlake was going to read out, it was going to be kind of mediocre data, like it was going to look like Bimzelx, and it was going to go up a ton, like way too much for mediocre data. And then I was shorted. But I was right to be bearish, but I was wrong in the way I played it, and did a lot of work on the game and got nothing out of it whatsoever. So that's another.
But that's the name of the game. I think it's hard for me to explain this to everyone, but I pass on so many setups, and after working on them, in fact, there's more setups that I pass on than I actually take up or trade or invested. But most often than not, like more often than not, the ones that you pass on, okay, yes, there's FOMO and you're upset that you missed it, but I think 9 times out of 10, it's been the right decision, at least in the last 2 years. But you always have that one where you're like, oh, I did all the work, but I missed it, you know? But you can't catch them all, you know?
That's right.
And on that, so going over some of the positions that you currently like, I'm assuming that you're still holding Nektar, you're still holding Abivax. Do you like both of those?
Oh yeah, big time.
What's your?
Sorry, go ahead.
No. What's your take on today's price action on Abivax, and then obviously the data for the subgroup analysis?
The subgroup analysis. I mean, it's some minor clearing event. Really, the only hole you could have poked in the data would have been if there was some subgroup in which it didn't work. And past that, if it works in all of them, I don't really care about the magnitude of efficacy or the delta in these tiny subgroups in this study. I mean, they looked at post 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth line patients as each individual cohort, so post-JAK patients as an individual cohort. So what you want to be able to say is just a blanket statement. Yes, it was stat-sig, non-clinical response in every one of those groups, and that just eliminates the need to ever think about who you're prescribing it to. But if you're a doctor in a busy clinic, you don't want to go through their chart and look and say, oh, they failed, Tremfya, Skyrizi, Rinvoq, and Humira, but actually that combination of failure drugs, obefazimod, they didn't respond to. So that's eliminated now, and I think it's a minor clearing event for Abivax. Abivax, I think, is going to continue to kind of just go up slowly. It'll have these days where it spikes. It'll have days sets and grinding up, and then one day there's going to be a nice little candle when there's platinums. That's my prediction. You know, no guarantees like we talked about, but there's just never been a more fit for purpose M&A candidate than this that I've seen. So I'm not super worried about the day-to-day price action, I guess is my point.
No, I'm with you. I don't see why like anyone would not want to be long Abivax here either. I mean, like the setup.
Yes, it's a rare case that they miss on maintenance, which is.
If you see that phase 2 data, I guess
that was literally the strong point of the phase 2 data, and no drug with even much lower induction efficacy than obefazimod has ever missed in maintenance like this. So that would be beyond shocking.
And like, if I'm big pharma here, right? Okay, you could argue, you know, their BD team could argue, oh, it's run up a lot, and maybe we'll wait for, you know, better time period to negotiate. But the risk that they're running is, the closer we get to main data, you know, this is going to be triple-figure stock on the back of it, and then you'll only be weeks away from Crohn's as well. And a couple of folk that I've spoken to on the street as well, they keep saying this. They're like, the Abivax setup right now is you know, it revolves around what probability of success you assign to Crohn's. And if you genuinely believe that, you know, Abivax OB hits in Crohn's, so this then is a $200-$300 stock, and it's going to be like the home for IBD.
The strong hit in Crohn's takes it to over $5 billion in peak sales, which is an absurd number. But it would not be hard to achieve that if it hits in Crohn's as well. So yeah, I mean, the point there is that there is a little bit of a time limit for pharma to get on this if they really want to, and they may absorb a little bit of risk in paying something for Crohn's before the data exists, right? That might be factored into how much the acquisition would cost, but it's not going to be a loan acquisition in any case unless they fail egregiously to market the drug, because you're still going to get multi-billion-dollar peak sales out of this drug for UC alone. And so if you overpay $14 billion instead of like $11 billion that you would have gotten for UC alone or whatever, it's not going to be one of these case study blown up acquisitions. So I think there should be a sense of urgency for it.
And if you were to narrow down names that you think it'd be a good fit for, do any come to mind, or do you think it's just open?
I think it's an open field because it's a unique mechanism. It's oral. Like, you know, anybody that has an I&I space at all should be interested in it. I feel like Lilly comes to mind because they are going to discontinue the morphine drug. At least that should be the assumption, given that the trial failed in phase 2. And this very cleanly takes that place as a safe once daily oral drug. So it really makes a ton of sense. And you know they've got the money. Johnson & Johnson even kind of makes sense because they do have an oral already protagonist, Icotrokinra, but they could combine it and they could do an all-oral IL-23 MIR-124 combination and have a really interesting proprietary oral combo there. Novartis, Sanofi, Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, you name it.
I mean, and if whenever a buyout does get announced and, you know, Abivax does get taken out, I would be very surprised to it not have been a competitive process.
That's what I think too, but knock on wood.
And it's on UC, and, you know, on the subject, Parasite's been a hot topic in the last couple of days. I mean, I bought again today, under 2, and I know you've been buying as well. For people listening in, what's your take? And then I'll go over what I'm seeing. Actually, just before you go, like, people have been, you know, DMing me, and they're like, "Are you sure? Like, fully diluted? This is evaluation." But I want everyone to go out and, you know, quickly on Google or whenever they get a chance, look up where Morph was, where Prometheus was post phase 1. What is Sire pre-phase 2? With 20 different errors.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. Looking at the comps, and especially in the UC space, you have M&A comps, which are pretty hard comps, right? Like it's truly an assigned value from pharma, not something that just has to be to a specific valuation, whether the buyouts are good ideas or not. But I think it's a fascinating case study of how something in nanopet biotech can have this asset. Like, I'm a little bit embarrassed that I didn't know about it because I spent all this time diligencing Abivax and building out my own kind of big landscape analysis of ulcerative colitis. And if you would have asked me if Otezla worked well in ulcerative colitis, I would have said, no way, it sucks in psoriasis, and that's a plus indication, right?
Yeah.
So I missed it. Now, I guess just about everybody else did too, so it's maybe not that embarrassing, but this thing was sitting at $8 million market cap last week. There was a really strong proof of concept from apremilast, Otezla, already published. I mean, it was 7 years ago and long forgotten, basically, but you look through that publication of the Otezla data, and it is pretty legit. Like, the only complaint is some endoscopic remission data not coming in very good. So that was intriguing, but then we had the Chinese data coming from apremilast today, this morning, and that was the bet on owning it into today. Is this Chinese drug going to hit or not? And it hit pretty resoundingly. I know there's huge caveats that some people do not trust overseas data, more so even from China and other places, but the tide may be shifting a bit on that. And if this was the only study that we ever had was apremilast, the Chinese drug, and we didn't have the apremilast study data, I might be much more skeptical. But now we have Palisade sitting at, well, let's just say it's $2 a share. That would be like almost $400 million fully diluted market cap with a good chunk of cash now. Morphic at this phase was like over $1 billion. So it doesn't seem stretched to me. You there? Somebody commented you're hearing me but not seeing.
Host disconnected. Oof. All right. Sora 2 and API? Let's go. Oh, we have OpenAI Dev Day. Nothing too crazy here on Dev Day.
Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to Dev Day. Thanks for being here in San Francisco, the city where we started and where we are committed to building the future of AI. It's been almost 2 years since our first Dev Day. We, but most importantly, all of you, have come a long way since then. Back in 2023, we had 2 million weekly developers and 100 million weekly ChatGPT users. We were processing about 300 million tokens per minute on our API. And that felt like a lot, to us at least at the time. Today, 4 million developers have built with OpenAI. More than 800 people use ChatGPT every week, and we process over 6 billion tokens per minute on the API, thanks to all of you. AI has gone from something people play with to something people build with every day. Before we get started with all of today's announcements, we want to do something fun. On the screen behind me are the names of the developers in the room who have built apps on our platforms that have crossed some big milestones. 10 billion tokens processed, 100 billion, even 1 trillion. Let's give them a round of applause. On behalf of all of us at OpenAI, thank you for doing such incredible work. You are the ones pushing the future forward, and seeing what you've already done makes us so excited about what comes next. While it's exciting to celebrate how far you all have come, we are still so early on this journey. So today we're going to focus on what matters most to you all, which is making it easier to build with AI. We've been listening to developers, hearing where you get stuck, what you want us to build next so that you can build more things. And we've got 4 things for you today. We're going to show you how we're making it possible to build apps inside of ChatGPT and how we can help you get a lot of distribution. We're going to show you how building agents is going to be much faster and better. You'll see how we're making it easier to write software, taking on the repetitive parts of coding so you can focus on systems and creativity. And underneath all of this, we'll give you updates to models and APIs to support everything you want to build. We think this is the best time in history to be a builder. It has never been faster to go from idea to product. You can really feel the acceleration at this point. So to get started, let's take a look at apps inside of ChatGPT. We want ChatGPT to be a great way for people to make progress, to be more productive, more inventive, to learn faster, to do whatever they're trying to do in their lives better. We have been continuously amazed by the creative ways that people use it. Since our first Dev Day, we've been working to try to figure out how to open up ChatGPT to developers. And we've tried things like GPTs, we've adopted standards like MCPs, and we've made it possible for developers to connect ChatGPT to more and more applications. Some of this stuff has worked, some of it hasn't, but we've learned a lot along the way. And today we're going to open up ChatGPT for developers to build real apps inside of ChatGPT. This will enable a new generation of apps that are interactive, adaptive, and personalized that you can chat with. So to build them, today we're launching the Apps SDK, which will be available in preview starting today. With the Apps SDK, you get the full stack. You can connect your data, trigger actions, render a fully interactive UI, and more. The Apps SDK is built on MCP. You get full control over your backend logic and front-end UI. We've published the standard so that anyone can integrate the Apps SDK. When you build with the Apps SDK, your apps can reach hundreds of millions of ChatGPT users. We hope this will be a big deal for helping developers rapidly scale products. Thank you. You're welcome. If a user is already subscribed to your existing product, they'll be able to log in right from the conversation. And in the future, we're going to support many ways to monetize, including the new Agentic Commerce Protocol that offers instant checkout right inside of ChatGPT. So let's take a look at a few examples. When someone's using ChatGPT, you'll be able to find an app by asking for it by name. For example, you could sketch out a product flow for ChatGPT and then say, Figma, turn the sketch into a workable diagram. The Figma app will take over, respond, and complete the action. You can also then launch FigJam from ChatGPT if you want to iterate further. We're also making apps discoverable right in the conversation. So when a user asks for something, we can surface a relevant app as a recommendation. Maybe a user says they need a playlist for their party this weekend. ChatGPT could then recommend building it in Spotify. It's an easy way to find the right app or have the right app presented to you at the right time. And there will be a whole bunch of new ways for developers to get discovered. So now, rather than just talk about this, I'd like to invite Alexi to the stage, and we'll show you a live demo. Thanks, Alexi.
Hi, I'm Alexi, a software engineer on ChatGPT working on Apps SDK. I'm super excited to showcase some of the first apps users will be able to interact with today. The magic of these apps is combining their rich interactive visuals with the power of ChatGPT. Let's start with Coursera. Let's say I don't spend enough time thinking about machine learning at work and I want to learn more. I can ask the Coursera app in ChatGPT to help me learn more about this. I can say, Coursera, can you teach me something about machine learning? Since this is my first time using Coursera in ChatGPT, I'll need to consent to connect. The next time I use it, I'll be able to dive in immediately. You'll notice I asked ChatGPT for the Coursera app directly, but ChatGPT can also suggest apps if relevant to the conversation. Apps in ChatGPT, by default, are displayed inline and can support anything that you can render on the web, like this video shown here. Apps SDK also supports picture-in-picture or expanding to a full-screen layout. So now that I have my course up, let's play the video. Playing the video immediately pins it to the top of my screen, which is really helpful for something like Coursera because you can access your conversation while watching the video. Let's skip ahead a little bit and say I want to go a little bit deeper on something mentioned in the video. I can ask ChatGPT, can you explain more about what they're saying right now? Apps SDK provides an API to expose context back to ChatGPT from your app, ensuring that the model always knows about exactly what your user is interacting with. We're calling it talking to apps, and it's really part of the magic here. I'm super excited about how learning with ChatGPT, one of our top use cases, is continuing to get better. And with apps in the Apps SDK, you can unlock richer educational experiences for users around the world. So here, ChatGPT responded and explained that the instructor is talking about data preparation steps before training a machine learning model. And then it breaks it down in simple terms for me. I don't need to explain what I'm seeing in the video. ChatGPT sees it right away. So here I was able to connect to Coursera's app, discover and start playing a course, and directly engage with the video through text, all within my existing ChatGPT conversation. Pretty cool. Users also love being creative in ChatGPT here. Here I have a conversation where I've been brainstorming some ideas to help my younger sibling's dog walking business. We've gone back and forth a few times, and now it's time to make this into a reality. I'm pretty happy with some of the names here, so let's take this Walk This Wag name, and now I'm going to ask Canva to turn that into a poster. I can say, Canva, can you make me a poster with the Walk This Wag name? I want it to be colorful, whimsical, bright, and I prefer, oops, I'd ask Coursera for a typing course too, maybe. I prefer sans serif fonts. Cool. Send that off, and now in the background, Canva is generating posters based on the context from my conversation. Canva is great at creating assets like this, and now you can kick it off directly from ChatGPT. Whether you're making professional marketing assets for OpenAI or just a fun demo for Dev Day, Canva is right there in the conversation as you work. Apps SDK, as Sam mentioned, is built on MCP, an open standard we've loved building on at OpenAI. And if you have an existing MCP, it's really quick to enhance it with the Apps SDK. All you have to do is add a resource that returns HTML, and the app would be able to be up everywhere ChatGPT is distributed, across web and mobile. As you can see, this is a live demo, so we're experiencing a little bit of latency, but here we go. Canva has returned 4 poster examples to us. We see them in line, just like the Coursera video, as well as ChatGPT kind of explaining what it's done for us. But we can explore another modality in Apps SDK, which is full screen. I click an asset and the app requests full screen. We are able to focus on a specific asset, and from here, I can see it in more detail. I can ask ChatGPT to request changes, maybe visual tweaks, just like with our image generation experience. But since we're in San Francisco and it's Dev Day, let's ask Canva to convert this into a pitch deck. I can say, Canva, can you please make this poster into a pitch deck? We're trying to raise a seed round for dog walking. I'll send that off, and since now Canva's going to make us a couple of slide decks, it may take a moment. So in the interest of time, we'll move on to show one more demo while that loads. Say the dog walking business is going really well, and we want to expand to another city. I can ask ChatGPT, based on our conversations, what would be a good city to expand the dog walking to? ChatGPT, of course, knows what we've been talking about. Super enthusiastically says Pittsburgh. Great. Now I can invoke the Zillow app to say, please show me some homes for sale there. And now ChatGPT is talking to Zillow to fetch the latest housing data, and we'll get an interactive map embedded in ChatGPT. And we'll explore how the full screen experience there goes. So we have our map, gorgeous loading state, and boom, we have a bunch of homes here. It also looks like our slide decks are done, so we'll go back to those in a moment. But this map is a little hard to see in the inline view, so I can click a specific home and open it full screen. And now we have most of the Zillow experience embedded in ChatGPT. You can request a tour, all the actions that you would expect from Zillow. But we have a lot of options here, and it's kind of hard to parse. So I can ask ChatGPT, can you filter this to just be 3-bedroom homes with a yard? For the dog, of course. ChatGPT will talk to Zillow again, and because the app is in full screen, it can now just update the data that's provided to it without needing to create a new instance. We see ChatGPT came back, we get the message overlaid here. If I click that, I can view my conversation over the Zillow app and even open it to the full height. Cool. Let's zoom in and find a specific home we may be interested in. Now, because the Zillow app is exposing context back to ChatGPT, it knows what I'm looking at. I can ask for more information about this home, like how close is this to a dog park? ChatGPT is able to compose the context from Zillow with other tools at its disposal, like search. So it's able to give more information about this home. From here, I could invoke other Zillow tools, maybe find out the affordability of it, but it'll provide the best answer every time. This is a great example of how dynamic an experience with Apps SDK can be. This all started from an inline map, and now we're able to go back and forth between talking to the app, asking ChatGPT questions, or just using the Zillow experience. Let's check back in on those slide decks. So if I pop back over into this conversation, see Canva has given us a few options here, like the look of this blue. So if we open that up, we now see the slides in full screen, and I can see all the beautiful slides that Canva has generated for me. When I'm ready, I can... Just like the posters, I could ask for follow-up edits, and when I'm ready, I can open this in Canva to get the real slides out and hopefully close the seed round. So there it is, the magic of apps and ChatGPT, conversations that unite the intelligence of ChatGPT with your favorite products, resulting in truly novel experiences. I'm so excited to keep building this with all of you. Can't wait to see what you do with it. Now, back to Sam for more on apps.
That was awesome. Thanks, Lexi. That was great. It's very hard to type and talk in front of a bunch of people at the same time, so you did very well. We're excited for you to try out the apps that you saw in the demos, along with a few more from these launch partners. They'll be available in ChatGPT today, and this is just the beginning. We're going to roll out more apps from partners in the weeks ahead. For developers, the Apps SDK is available in preview to start building with today. Our goal is to get this in your hands early, hear your feedback, build it together with you. And then later this year, developers will be able to submit apps for review and publication. We'll also release a directory that users can browse, in addition to discovery and conversation, any apps that meet the standards provided in our developer guidelines will be eligible to be listed. Apps that meet higher standards for design and functionality will get featured more prominently, including in the directory and suggested as apps and conversations. We've published a draft of the developer guidelines along with the Apps SDK, so you'll know what to expect, and we'll share more in monetization from apps soon. We'd also love your feedback about what you'd want. This should be an exciting new chapter for developers and for ChatGPT users. So that was apps, and we hope everyone loves it. Thank you. So next, we want to talk about building agents and how we're going to make this simpler and more effective. AI has moved in the last couple of years from systems that you can ask anything to systems that you can ask to do anything for you. And we're starting to see this through agents, software that can take on tasks with context, tools, and trust. But for all the excitement around agents and all the potential, very few are actually making it into production and into major use. It's hard to know where to start, what frameworks to use, and there's a lot of work. There's orchestration, eval loops, connecting tools, building a good UI. And each of these layers adds a lot of complexity before you know what's really going to work. Clearly, there's a ton of energy, and the opportunity is very real. So we've talked to thousands of teams, many of them in this room, who are building agents to reimagine how work gets done. And we've asked what we can do to make agents much easier to build. So today, we're going to launch something to help with that. The goal here is something for every builder that wants to go from idea to agent faster and easier. So we're excited to introduce a new thing called AgentKit. AgentKit is a complete set of building blocks available in the OpenAI platform designed to help you take agents from prototype to production. It is everything you need to build, deploy, and optimize agentic workflows with way less friction. Our hope is that everyone from individual developers to large enterprises will get a lot of value from this. And we'll talk about a few of the core capabilities now. So the first one is Agent Builder. This is a canvas to build agents. It's a fast visual way to design the logic steps, test the flows, and ship ideas. It's built on top of the Responses API that hundreds of thousands of developers already use. So most of you who have used our platform before should be familiar with the foundation. The second thing is ChatKit. We've heard this one loud and clear, and we're making it easy to bring great chat experiences right into your own apps. You get a simple, embeddable chat interface that you can make your own. You can bring your own brand, your own workflows, whatever makes your own product unique. And you can see in the video here how chat can work across each agent node and call on tools to form the best response. And then finally, evals for agents. We're shipping new features dedicated to measuring the performance of agents. You get trace grading to help you understand agent decisions step by step. You get data sets, so you can assess individual agent nodes. You get automated prompt optimization. And you can even now run evals on external models directly from the OpenAI platform. This is all the stuff that we wished we had when we were trying to build our first agents. And of course, agents need access to data. So with OpenAI's connector registry, you can securely connect agents to your internal tools and third-party systems through an admin control panel, while keeping everything safe and under your control. So let's look at a couple of examples. Albertsons runs over 2,000 grocery stores across the US. More than 37 million people shop there each week. And each store is like its own little economy. Managers have to make all these constant decisions, tweaking this promotion or that product mix, resetting the displays, working with a bunch of vendors. It's like a lot of stuff. So Albertsons built an agent using AgentKit. So now imagine a situation where sales are unexpectedly down for ice cream, down 32%. Before, this would have kicked off a long process of reporting. There'd be spreadsheets and meetings, a lot of panic. They sell a lot of ice cream, very important to them. Now an associate can just ask the agent what's going on. The agent will look at the full context of everything it can discover, seasonality, historical trends, external factors, and it'll give a recommendation. Maybe it's time to adjust the display or to run a local ad. So let's take a look at another agent. HubSpot is a customer platform used by hundreds of thousands of organizations around the world. And they used AgentKit to improve the responses of Breeze, their AI tool, using the custom responses widget. So in this example, a HubSpot customer called Luma Plants gets a question about why a plant is not doing so well in Arizona. It then uses the Breeze assistant to search its own knowledge base, look up local treatments for the state's low humidity, pulls in policy details, and puts everything together. It then offers multiple ideas and a recommendation. So this is how we imagine intelligence working across many different sources, all operating together to deliver smart, useful answers to customers. And it's a great example of the thing that you can build with AgentKit. We have a bunch of great agent launch partners that have already scaled agents using AgentKit. And it's available to everyone starting today. So let's do a live demo, and I will pass it off to Christina.
Thanks, Sam. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina, and I work on the team building AgentKit. Today, I want to show you how AgentKit helps developers create agents faster than ever before. So you may have already seen our Dev Day website. It's the site here that all of you have access to and has everything about today's schedule. But right now, it's just a static page. What if it could actually help you navigate the day and point you to the sessions that are most relevant to you? We're OpenAI. We need to have AI in our Dev Day website. So that's what we're going to build together, an agent powered by AgentKit deployed right here inside this site. And to make this interesting, I'm going to give myself 8 minutes to build and ship an agent right here in front of you. You just heard how hard it is to build an agent, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge, and I'm going to start the clock now to keep me honest. Okay, we have a clock going. So I'm starting in the workflow builder in the OpenAI platform. And instead of starting with code, we can actually wire nodes up visually. Agent Builder helps you model really complex workflows in an easy and visual way using the common patterns that we've learned from building agents ourselves. So here on the left, we've already extracted the common building blocks. For example, tools like file search and MCP, guardrails, human in the loop, and other logical nodes. Today, I'm planning on building a workflow that uses 2 specialized agents. The first will be a sessions agent, which will return information about the schedule, and the second will be a more generic Dev Day information agent. So I'm starting off with a categorizing agent to just help route and categorize the type of message coming in, whether it's asking about a specific session or something more generic. And then I've added in an if-else node to route behavior based on that classifier. Next, I'll create the session agent. Here, I'll drag and drop an agent node. I'll call this session agent. I'll give it the context about kind of grabbing information about a session. And then I can add in various tools here. Today, I already have a doc with all the information about sessions, so I'll simply drop that in. Let's call this sessions and attach it. So this agent now has all of the information needed to answer my questions. But showing the schedule should also be fun and visually interesting, not just plain text. So I'll also create a widget for them. I'll head over to our widget builder. Here I could create a widget from scratch. I can browse the gallery to learn about other widgets and reuse them. But for today, I've actually already designed a widget for this use case. In this case, it's an onboarding session widget for Froj, one of our Dev Day friends that you'll see around the venue, who's holding a 101 onboarding session in Golden Gate Park. So we can simply download this and then head back over to our agent and just attach it in as, I don't think I clicked download, so let me go back and actually click the button. Download. There we go. Great. So head over and attach it as an output format for the sessions agent that we just created. Drop that in. We can preview it to make sure we added in the right widget, and everything looks ready to go. So this session agent is now done. Next, I'll create the general Dev Day agent. So once again, I'll drag in an agent node. Let's call this the Dev Day agent. We'll once again give it some context about what it's doing, and then we'll also make it speak in the style of Froj just to make it really on brand with the day. We'll add in a file once again, so we have a file with all of the information about the day. Call this Dev Day. Attach it. This agent is ready to go as well, and we'll attach that here. Now, it looks like I have a couple more minutes, so let's add in some additional security with one of the pre-built guardrails. So one of the most important things when building agents is being able to trust them, and guardrails help you have that confidence, protecting against hallucinations, adding moderation, blocking PII. In this case, we already have a couple pre-built guardrails. I'll turn one on for a PII, and then I'll just include name as well so I can easily verify its behavior. I'll attach this in to the beginning of the workflow to make sure Froj is really protected against PII. and then I'll add in an additional agent to handle cases when this information is passed in. So again, I'll make it speak in the style of Froge to stay consistent, and I'll remind it that it cannot help with questions that contain sensitive information and remove kind of the context. Great, so I think this workflow is ready to go. I can also configure the output to determine what shows up to the end user. In this case, I can also turn off file search sources if that is kind of more internal. And I think that's it. Let's test it out. I can preview this directly from our agent builder. So here I can ask what session to attend to learn about building agents. And I can see this message moving its way through that workflow we just created, checking guardrail, categorizing intent, pulling information from the file of sessions that I just added in, finding the right session, using the widget that I added, and determining, orchestrating agents at scale at 11:15 with James and Rohan is like the best session for me to go to learn more about this. And then I see a couple ribbits because this is actually Froge talking to me and ribbiting at me. So, okay, I think this agent looks good. Need to watch the time. So we just built a few specialized agents using tools. We added in guardrails. We customized them using some widgets. And then we also tested out the workflow in preview. The one thing we haven't yet done is a full set of evals. And we can also do that directly from the agent builder to make sure that everything behaves exactly as expected before going live. But right now, I've got a giant clock chasing me, and dev day is waiting, so let's publish this. Hit publish here. Let's call this Ask Froge. Hit publish. And I now have a fully deployed, published agent in production with a workflow ID that I can use to run directly. On the right, we also have code export in case I want to run this in my own environment, in my own servers. But you can see this is quite a bit of code to write. And so I'm just going to stick with using the workflow ID that we just created and then head over to my site. So here in my dev day site, I'm first going to create a ChatKit session using the workflow that we just created. I'll simply drop in that workflow ID. I'll add in the ChatKit React component using that client secret that we just created in our own server, and then adding in visual customization as well to, again, make this really Froge themed. In this case, it's going to be called Ask Froge. It's going to continue to ribbit in the placeholder, and it'll have some Froge-specific colors and starter prompts. I'll add this Froge chat in a bottom sheet, so it'll come up from the bottom of the page. And then finally, I'll add in a link to Ask Froge at the top of the site, so that it's really front and center on our website. So let's go back to our site. There it is, Ask Froge, top of the site. Let's try it out. So what session to attend to learn about building agents? And again, this is running through that exact same workflow we just created, checking for guardrails, categorizing the message, pulling from tools from file search, using the widget that we designed, and then again deciding orchestrating agents at scale is the right session for me to go to, and continuing to ribbit in the style of Froge. So, okay, great, we've done it. The agent is ready. We can stop the clock. The agent is ready with 49 seconds to spare. And I can keep iterating on this agent directly in the Visual Builder and also deploy these changes directly to my site without making any code changes at all. This includes adding new tools, adding new widgets for other use cases, adding new guardrails, and I can even wire it up to client-side tools to take actions directly in my website. So in just a few minutes, we've designed an agent workflow visually. We added in some tools and widgets, we previewed it, we deployed it, we tested it, and now you all can use it. This is actually live now in your Dev Day site. You can tap your badge, and you should be able to see it and use it and find the sessions that are best for you. So we're looking forward to you using it and meeting Froge, and also seeing all of the new experiences that you'll now be able to build using AgentKit. Thanks, and back to Sam.
Thank you, Christina. I think that's so cool. I can't wait to see what you'll all build with it. So we've looked at AI apps, agents, but now let's shift to one more thing that's just as important, how we write software. One of the most exciting things happening with AI is that we're entering a new era with that changes how software gets written. Anyone with an idea can build apps for themselves, their families, or their communities. And before we talk about Codex, we want to show you a few examples. In Japan, an 89-year-old retiree taught himself to code with the help of ChatGPT. He's now built 11 iPhone apps for elderly users. He's turning a lifetime of wisdom into tools that help others live more independently. In Spain, Pau Garcia and members of domestic data streamers are helping people reconnect with memories using ChatGPT, image generation, and Sora. At ASU, med students needed a better way to practice the kinds of difficult human conversations they'll have as doctors. So they built a virtual patient app with our models, where they can try, fail, and get better before they step into a real exam room. And at Versailles in France, visitors can now walk the palace and talk to it. They built an experience where you have a live discussion with art and sculptures with our real-time API. History becomes a conversation. It's awesome to see what people are building, and this is why we're so excited to give developers even more tools to build faster. So, earlier this year, we launched a research preview of Codex, OpenAI's software engineering agent, built to work alongside developers and speed up how software gets created. Since then, Codex has become very loved and grown into a much more capable collaborator. It works everywhere you code now: your IDE, the terminal, GitHub, and in the cloud. Your ChatGPT account connects everything so you can move your work seamlessly between your tools. We've released a ton of new features for Codex, and it now runs on the new GPT-5 Codex model, a version of GPT-5 purposely trained for Codex and agentic coding. This model is better at tasks like code refactoring and code review, and it can dynamically adjust its thinking time for the complexity of the task. Developers love this new model, and the Codex usage has gone up really fast. One of our key metrics for looking at this is daily messages, the number of tasks and conversations that developers have with Codex each day. Since early August, daily messages are up 10x across Codex. And this rapid usage has also helped GPT-5 Codex become one of our fastest growing models ever. Since its release, we have served over 40 trillion tokens from the model. Internally, at this point, Codex is everywhere we build. Almost all new code written at OpenAI today is written by Codex users. Our engineers that use Codex complete 70% more pull requests each week, and nearly every OpenAI PR goes through a Codex review. And from that, people get more depth than they'd expect, even from a very senior engineer. Starting today, Codex is officially out of research preview and into GA. And while, thank you. And while Codex already has a lot of traction with individual developers, today we're introducing a new set of features to make Codex more helpful for engineering teams. First, we have a Slack integration. This has been very much requested so that you can ask Codex to write code or answer questions directly from team conversations in Slack. Second, a new Codex SDK so that you can extend and automate Codex in your team's own workflows. And third, new admin tools and reporting, including environment controls, monitoring, analytics dashboards, and more, so that enterprises can better manage Codex. Expect to see a lot more Codex improvements coming soon. One of the things that's been really inspiring to us is to see the breadth of people using Codex. From developers building side projects on weekends, to high-growth startups, to big global enterprises. Cisco rolled out Codex across its entire engineering org. They're now able to get through code reviews 50% faster and have reduced the average project timeline from weeks to days. So for our next demo, we want to show you something fun. We're going to show you how you can use the new Codex and our APIs to turn anything around you into workable software. And for that, please welcome Ramon to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Last year, we built an iPhone app from scratch, and we even programmed a mini drone live on stage using O1, our first reasoning model. It was kind of vibe coding before we even had a name for it, frankly. But the progress since has been incredible. Codex is now a teammate that understands your context, it works alongside you, and it can reliably take on work for your team. And we thought about how do we best show you all of the cool things that Codex can now do. We had a lot of ideas. But one that we kind of kept coming back to is, what about building something that we could all experience and see together here in this room right now? So that's our challenge. If you look up here, some of you might notice a camera that's mounting above the stage, and I thought maybe we could start there. And so earlier, I asked Codex CLI to create a very simple control panel interface with a very simple interface. See, a camera feed on the left, some buttons on the right, and if we can bring my laptop on screen, you'll see what Codex came up with. Initially, it did it really well, but then I also added the Figma branding from the Dev Day event so it could pull the exact colors and components to actually render it perfectly matching our design. Great, so that's our place to get started. Now, I haven't written a single line of code, but let's dive in and see what we can do on top of that. Now, switching over here to, we're going to skip this version. Skipping over here to my terminal, which wanted to update, I'm sure you can see we have Codex CLI. It's logged in with my ChatGPT account, and it's powered by GPT-5 Codex, our net new model that Sam mentioned. Now, let's start by asking this question that I'm sure many of you have not asked a coding agent before. How to control a Sony FR7 camera in Node. And honestly, I did not know how to get started. I saw there was a C++ SDK, and I thought maybe Codex, we want to use that and turn it into JavaScript. But then it had a much better idea than that. I realized that there's a VSCA protocol, apparently, to control these cameras. So, as you can see, Codex can respond pretty fast for questions like this. And this all seemed promising to me. So basically, I went ahead and I typed this script over to Codex to completely scaffold an integration using the VSCA protocol and wire it up to that control panel. Now, Codex is becoming harder and harder to demo, by the way, because it can really work tirelessly on your task. I've seen it work for up to 7 hours on a very big refactoring, for instance, and get it right, which is pretty outstanding. Here, if we switch over, and if we scroll back up, it updated its plan along the way, wrote a lot of code and everything, and this was the final result. As you can see on the screen, it worked for over 13 minutes on that one task, but it did everything I wanted it to do. So let's take a closer look. If I jump over to VS Code now, you can see on the right side of the screen, we also have our Codex integration in the IDE. And these are the files that the Codex CLI came up with for the camera control. So you can see it built a node server. It also figured out all of the UDP packets to send to this camera. Imagine the time it would have taken me to actually learn this protocol that's over 30 years old, by the way. Codex even figured out that there was some very specific headers to send for this particular camera. All right, so with these UI components now wired up, the server's running, so we can take a quick look and try this. So here, if I turn on the camera, there we go, we have the camera. That's all of you, awesome. And let's try the controls. Boom, I can actually control the camera now from this interface. It's pretty cool. All right, but controlling with buttons is nice, but I think we can do something better. So I'm gonna try to send another task, but live this time inside our IDE extension. So check this out. Wire up an Xbox wireless controller to control the camera. So I'm going to send this one right now. I was backstage earlier, and I found this Xbox controller. I wasn't sure who was playing back there, but I thought this could be something we could try. So we're going to leave it here. And as you can see now, Codex made a plan. Apparently, 3 tasks have to be completed. It's now exploring the file. It's figuring out how to wire up this gamepad. And what's interesting here is you can see in the IDE, we also have this concept of auto-context. And what that means is that your prompts can be pretty short because Codex will kind of understand your intent. It will see the recent files that you've used and really kind of adjust accordingly. So as you can see, we're now at task number 2. This one will probably take another minute or so, so we'll leave it run in the background. So in the meantime, what else could we do? Well, I thought one exciting interface is voice. So to save us a few minutes, I've already asked Codex to integrate with our real-time API and our agents SDK. And I wanted to wire up all of this into the app right here on this green little dot at the bottom right of the screen. But what's great about the real-time API is that it brings natural speech-to-speech into your app, but it also connects to any MCP server in the context of that conversation. And so that really got me thinking, what else could we show you in this room and turn into an MCP server? And then I thought, wait, we have a lighting system, so maybe we could wire up the lighting system of the venue over to an MCP server. So let me check out this task that I sent to Codex, but this time in Codex Cloud. So you can see here my prompt. I asked Codex to wire up this MCP server for this very specific model of lighting system. I gave it like the reference docs that I found, and I gave it the exact interface that I wanted to have for my UI to work. But what's fascinating to me is like if you look at the logs, for instance, like that's really the magic of the agentic behavior of Codex. Like I could have asked a teammate to do that, but because the task was very specific, now Codex is my teammate. And if you look at how it went through the process, it actually figured at some point that it needed to kind of find new information about command 8 to move forward. So then it went ahead to fetch the GitHub docs again to kind of really like operate and call tools along the way. And that's really the magic of GPT-5 Codex. You can really let it go off, do some complex tasks, and you'll see this like agentic behavior emerge. And then after that, I did one more turn to actually ask Codex to like include the README information so I can understand how to run it. And sure enough, here is my MCP server. Now, going back to VS Code, what's also very interesting, sounds like the Xbox task just finished. We'll see that in a moment. Awesome. And now going back here, you can see that you have all of your local, but also your cloud tasks right here inside the VS Code extension. So if I click on the build MCP server, for instance, this is the task I just showed you on Codex Cloud. And here, I can actually apply all of the changes locally if I want to test them. So I can just go ahead and click apply, and now all of the changes with this MCP server are now included locally. Now, I didn't want to let you watch me do npm install here on stage, so I just took that MCP server already and I started to install all of the dependencies to make it run. So let's now put all of that to the test. But first of all, if we go back to our app right here, let's see if we can actually control this camera now with this Xbox controller. There we go, it works. That's pretty awesome. What's funny is like I didn't even specify to Codex which button should do what, but it figured that the joystick was probably a good idea. So that's actually perfect. But let's do the real test now. Let's enter voice mode and see what happens. So sorry in advance, AV team, but we'll try to see if Codex figured this out to control the lights. Hi there. Hello?
Hi there. I can hear you loud and clear. Let me know what you need.
Yeah, what do you see on the camera?
I see a large audience in front of you, with rows of attendees seated and ready. The room is well lit, and the crowd stretches far back, filling the space.
That's right. Could you shine the lights towards the audience? There we go.
I've just lit up the audience with a nice bright wash. They should be perfectly highlighted now.
Can you greet everyone here in the room now?
Absolutely. The audience lights are up. Let's welcome this fantastic crowd. Hello, amazing developers at Fort Mason. We are so excited to have you here for an incredible day.
Awesome. Could you now do something fun with the lights and say hi to people tuning in on the live stream?
We've got the fun lights rolling now, some dynamic, colorful effects in motion. And to everyone watching the live stream, thanks for joining us. This is going to be an amazing experience.
Cool. All right, let's go back to normal now. Awesome. So I still have not written a single line of code, by the way, to make this happen. But there's one more thing I wanted to show you. Last but not least, Sam mentioned that we're launching a Codex SDK today. And so I wanted to finish up with something that gives you a little bit of a glimpse into what might be the future of software engineering. So let me go back into voice mode and try this. Hi, could you ask Codex to show a credits overlay like at the end of the movie, but this time the cast is all Dev Day attendees?
I'm running that with Codex now. I'll let you know when it's ready.
Great. In the meantime, could you start a countdown and take a photo of all of us? Oh, and there we go. So to explain you what just happened here, when I sent a task to the voice agent, it also added Codex SDK as a tool. And what that means is that now, on the fly, I can reprogram this app in real time and instantly adapt it to user needs or any kind of feedback they have. So in this case, when I asked to create a credits overlay, it was able to go ahead and edit the code inside this React app, hot reload it, find what it needed to complete the task, and now the credits are rolling. It's pretty amazing. So with all that, we took voice, we took a sketch, we took some devices around us, and we turned all of this into workable software. And all of that without writing a single line of code by hand. So really give Codex your most ambitious ideas, give Codex your most complex coding problems, and see what happens. I think you'll be as amazed as we are every day. The only limit now is your imagination. Thank you so much. Back to you, Sam.
Thanks, Ramon. This is the biggest change to how software gets created that I have ever seen, and we can't wait to see what you all will do with it. I think the future is going to be very bright. We've covered a lot today, but obviously models matter a lot too, so I want to share a few model updates. Back in August, we launched GPT-5. We trained it to be really good at steering agents and end-to-end coding, and GPT-5 has delivered on that. Leading coding startups like Cursor, Windsurf, and Vercel are using GPT-5 to change how software gets written and shipped in their apps. And then after that, we released GPT-5 Pro, the most intelligent model that we've ever shipped. Today, we're launching GPT-5 Pro in the API. It's available to all developers, and we hope you enjoy. GPT-5 Pro is great for assisting with really hard tasks, domains like finance, legal, healthcare, and much more, where you need high accuracy and depth of reasoning. We're also releasing a smaller voice model in the API with GPT Real-Time Mini. It is smaller, 70% cheaper version of the advanced voice model we shipped 2 months ago with the same voice quality and expressiveness. Personally, I think that voice is going to become one of the primary ways that people interact with AI, and this is a big leap towards that reality. Now I want to shift gears and talk about what's new for creators. And this has been a hotly requested one, so we hope you'll like it. We've been seeing incredible work from filmmakers, designers, game developers, educators, and more, using AI as part of their creative process. Today, we're releasing a preview of Sora 2 in the API. You now have access to the same model that powers Sora 2's stunning video outputs right in your own app. One of the biggest jumps that we've made with this model is how controllable it is. You can give it detailed instructions, and it holds onto the state while delivering results that feel stylized, accurate, and composed. For example, you can take the iPhone view and prompt Sora to expand it into a sweeping cinematic wide shot. But one of the most exciting things that we've been working on is how well this new model can pair sound with visuals. Not just speech, but rich soundscapes, ambient audio, synchronized effects that are grounded in what you're seeing. So here's an example in this kayak video. You can also bring pieces of the real world into Sora 2. For example, you could take a picture of your dog and give your dog some new friends.
Look who's coming, buddy. Here they all are. Good pups, come on. That's it, everybody together. Happy dogs.
So, Sora 2 is also great for concept development. You can just describe a general vibe or a product, and Sora will give you a visual starting point. So here, we're going to use it to generate concepts for an e-commerce ad.
When your new place feels like a blank canvas, find the pieces that make it yours. Browse, customize, and check out in minutes. Delivered fast to your door.
People seem to love Sora 2. It's been on the top of the App Store since we've launched it, and the creativity that people are demonstrating has been super fun for us to watch. We hope that now with Sora 2 Preview in the API, you will generate the same high-quality videos directly inside your products, complete with the realistic and synchronized sound, and find all sorts of great new things to build. Just like our other modalities, it's built for flexibility. You get to control video length, aspect ratio, resolution, easily remix videos. Mattel has been a great partner working with us to test Sora 2 in the API and seeing what they can do to bring product ideas to life more quickly. So one of their designers can now start with a sketch and then turn these early concepts into something that you can see and share and react to. So let's take a look at how this works. That is a very cool new way to build toys. And it's incredible to watch with AI how fast ideas can turn into shareable, workable designs. So we're excited to see what else you'll come up with as you use Sora 2 in your own products. We hope that today gave you a few ideas of new things to build. We want OpenAI to be a great platform for this new era of building. We think things are going to get pretty incredible pretty soon. All of our announcements today are aimed to support you in this work. The Apps SDK for building native apps inside of ChatGPT. AgentKit, so you can deploy agents wherever you'd like, easily and with more confidence. A more powerful codex, changing the way software gets written, helping your team ship faster. And new models in the API, GPT-5 Pro, Sora 2, and Realtime Mini that expand what's possible. We're watching something significant happen, I think. Software used to take months or years to build. You saw that it can take minutes now. To build with AI, you don't need a huge team. You need a good idea, and you can just sort of bring it to reality faster than ever before. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for building. Our goal, one second, I'm almost done. Our goal is to make AI useful for everyone. And that goal won't happen without all of you. So we're very grateful that you're here to build with us. And also a huge thanks to the team that made today.
Upside, and I don't think that either of us is sold, even though we're up like 10, 12 episodes. Yeah, Aaron selling. I've been at it. I actually bought more today, which again, like I said, I treat it as my cash pile as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, there was a bit of an overhang removed with the subset data broken out today, so yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a clean setup. There's no reason why it shouldn't just keep trickling up. And on UC alone, and I've been saying this over and over again, depending on what multiple you use for P-TILs and what risk factor you use, I still think that 8 billion, 10.5, even 9 billion going into maintenance data is not unrealistic. And also we're in this market where the last 6 or so weeks, everything's been going up a lot. And whereas Abigail is kind of stagnated because everyone thinks, oh, the move's kind of over and they're just sat here waiting for a buyout. When in fact, even with most are very bad, but I still think some are bad.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like M&A names, buyout names, that get lumped into a basket of these are buyout names, and the only way to go up a ton right now is if it was bought out, and Abigail did that, but there are levels to that, and the levels are based on how likely M&A actually is, right? There's plenty of companies that could just be bailed out by a buyout, like Viking is one of them. They need to be bought out to be able to run their studies. But if you look at the proof of concept for M&A in ulcerative colitis, it's just through the roof. And so the likelihood of Abivax getting bought out is top tier in that M&A bucket or basket. So, I think it should just keep steadily marching up.
And on Viking as well, it was running up today. I don't know where it closed at, but I actually personally don't think that anyone's going to buy it out. And I feel like there's a lot of big pharma companies that have passed on Viking already.
Yeah.
And for the right reason. We were short for the longest time. And Viking longs can be insufferable as well. And I don't want to use this time to point fingers at anyone, but the only reason you'd be long right now is if you think it's going to get bought out. And I hate those type of setups.
Yeah.
Another question from Corvus. Early stage, again, same space, ETD. We have Thomas Phelps, who reminds us about it every single day on Dropbox. Nice guy, by the way, guys, I think.
Yeah, he's got some deep diligence. He's don't sleep on Emily Thomas Phelps.
Yeah, so any views of Corvus, or it's just too early?
For me, it's just too early. I mean, it was a pretty popular name for buy side to shit on and short earlier this year, and I actually understood why. I just was too afraid to short because it looked like it could really squeeze. But the data come out in a way that maybe they're playing some games with not releasing. Like they're released like 4 cuts of the same data very incrementally, and each time we update it, it's like, oh, and the next 3 placebo patients didn't respond, so the that looked really good. Now it doesn't look so good. So yeah, there's a little bit of like, how much do you trust the CEO? But when I zoom out, it looks like an active drug to me. Soquelitinib, ITK inhibitor, it certainly could work, and it would be a reasonably big deal if it did. But we are years and years from knowing how likely that is. And one of these days.
Yeah, and I think a lot of other individuals have a similar take, and they've also, said that look, placebo numbers keep going up, as years pass on, especially in the first world as the treatment landscape develops. So I think it is very tricky, and it's not one to size up. And you could have a speculative position, but I pass on this for now. I think we're better for early.
People are gonna use to turn down Corvus is Chimer. For a STAT6 degrader oral is going to be on a similar timeline. We similarly have basically no data, we have even less data for Chimera's molecule, but it is rationally designed to work with the IL-4/13 pathway. Who knows? There's a lot of unknowns there, but people use that as a bear case for Nectar, that there's this STAT6 degrader coming, but it's years and years behind. That is not the case for Corvus. You can kind of write it off to some extent for Nectar because it had years of lead to market, but that's going to be a tough one to overcome for Corvus if Chimer's drug looks good.
On Chimera, fireside conversations, rooftop chats with people in the industry, they're all pretty bearish on the name and think they can't get comfortable on toxicity as well.
Yeah. On Chimera or on Corvus?
Chimera STAT6.
Yeah, it's funny because the stock price says that the drug and the mechanism have been anointed as the second coming of Dupixent. It's always been kind of a mystery to me why that is. I mean, it's had this multi-billion-dollar valuation for as long as I can remember, with truly literally zero data for most of its lifespan so far. So, yeah, that's interesting to hear that some people are bearish because that's not the way that the stock price behaves.
And thanks for that. And a couple of other questions. This one's for me, and you're probably gonna be upset at me afterwards for asking you this, but
okay.
You have fund level size now to trade with. Would you ever consider starting your own fund? Would you ever consider working for a pod or a good manager? Or you just want to keep doing what you're doing right now? I know you have a family and you have your job and other responsibilities. Right. From a personal standpoint, on that, where do you see yourself in the next few years?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. It's my brief year stint of running a fund, a very small fund, that, very small, was very tainted by 2 things. One, I was an intern as an internal medicine resident. So the first year of dermatology residency is internal medicine. So I lived in the hospital 80+ hour weeks. It was during the COVID pandemic, so everybody was dying. that again, like the gut instinct is hell no, like not a chance. But the more rational side of me says, well, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be like that. You could actually just be running the fund full time, doing diligence all the time, not managing ventilator settings and prescribing remdesivir. So I don't know. I mean, for the foreseeable future, I think that I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You talk to some of these guys at funds, and some of them go like, yeah, I would do this forever, but some of them also are like, yeah, man, I wish I had a good chunk of my own money to run in a private account, and that's just what I would do. I just run my personal account if I could. So the grass is greener.
Do you think you'd ever put your feet up? Or you're not?
Not in biotech?
Or just generally, you just say, you know, spark up in an index fund at one point and just be like, you know what, this has been a good run and it has enough.
Maybe when I'm like 80.
Funny that you mentioned it. I'd like everyone to know who's the better investor, Mr. Mace Sr. or you. And for context, guys, Alex Dad I can't remember in the last 3 years, he's not had a losing trade. He wrote Verona for 9 to the buyout. He got into Nectar Abivax very early doors as well, and I think he's still long both positions. So question is, should we have had Mr. Mace Sr. on this call, or, you know?
Yeah, Dad's on a run. If you can figure out where he's getting those stock picks from, that would be the place to go.
And he's never sells, he owns.
That's right. He's the man.
Nice. There's some questions on Solino. I mentioned Solino in a long pitch last week, so I think a few individuals have asked for us to just go over that name as well. I'd like to hear your perspective, because I know you looked at it after the Scorpion short report came out and you day traded it, but then you kind of moved on, because I think the market at the moment, all these Ferris report or have it's just the sentiment and the tension around what could possibly go wrong, which was never previously there. Even in the XBI bear market, no one really paid so much heed to these safety events. But what do you think is happening with Soleno when, you know, earnings is not far away, only drug in the market? What's your take?
Well, it was fortunate for Scorpion that their report coincided along with this time when they were giving these real-time fears updates, right? Like you used to have to wait until, I can't remember if it was like monthly or quarterly, but you would get a really slow refresh on fears data, which is like these adverse event reporting database. But now it's coming up all the time because the new administration wants to make that live. I don't know if it's a good decision or not, but I'm pretty neutral on Soleno. I think that what the Scorpion report misses is that it's really two things. One, this, by and large, these safety events were known. Like, it would be one thing if it was just a pure post-marketing discovery, but the FDA knew that this was a drug with some dangerous side effects when they approved it, and these same sort of things are happening in the clinical trials. So that's one part. It's not like a true revelation that there are side effects with Soleno's drug. The second part is I don't know that the report paid enough respect to how severe Prader-Willi disease is. I mean, it's deadly. So you have to keep that in the context. Like, yes, it's a potentially deadly drug, but it's none of these patients have a normal life expectancy. So it's a trade-off. So I'm pretty neutral on it. I've liked some of Scorpion's other work better. But it's this soap opera now because the fears data are coming out every day.
No, but on that, I agree with you, and I understand why you'd be neutral as well. I just think that, look, the deaths and the safety events were less than the natural history comes into disease. The fears are overblown. And again, if it wasn't for this type of market that we're in, I think that Scorpion's report wouldn't have really got much attention, or not a lot of people would looked at it. And then, with the Acadia fail and RVAC data not too far away, which also isn't, in my opinion, not more likely to hit, and I'd elaborate on that another time. but so there's a scarcity element to Seleno as well. And one of the things that I said earlier as well, some of the work that I haven't been able to get around to because there's been so much going on the last 2 weeks. I've been trying to create a table, 2 tables actually, one for phase 2 and phase 3 assets that get taken out before approval, and what's the turnaround time. And I know there's some sell-side reports, but no one's actually done it in isolation of phase 2 and phase 3. Another one I've read, which some others have done, but it hasn't been updated in years, is post-approval time to M&A. So I think, and I haven't finished the work yet, but looking at it as much as I've gone far, Seleno is coming in that range where could be in that hot zone for a takeout as well, but that probably will be around GPM, I'd say. Yeah, and then I think we're almost running out of time, and I know your kids also probably coming back from daycare. Unlike me, you've got a family that you live with to go back to. Just one last one, and I think this is something that everyone's really interested in is, will Atom May continue to give out free alpha, or are we expecting some sort of Substack anytime soon?
I don't even know how to set up a Substack, so for now the alpha remains free. How about that?
For now? There's no commitment? There's never been a down?
There's no plan. Similar to how there's no plan for running a fund or anything like that. I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing.
Yeah, one day at a time. Well, Adam, thanks again. Thanks for everything that you do for myself, the community, and we're all very grateful to have you here. And thank you for taking our time and all the insights that you've shared. There's some questions that we couldn't get around to. I'll try to, after having some dinner, I'll try to get around to them as well. And thanks again, and we'll run it back another time. Hopefully after some positive Nectar news or Abivax news, if we have a reason to celebrate, we'll hop on one of these calls again. Anything you want to add, Adam, before we go and close?
No, that sounds like a good plan to me. Thanks for putting.
Okay, great.
Let's see. Fried or baked? That's easy, fried. I just like Akira. I missed this stupid spruce because I'm not in the drug industry anymore and I'm not focused on it every day. I'm focused on my software company. That's my main obligation. It's really frustrating that I didn't really know about this drug. You know, I used to know everything about every drug, and I just don't. I mean, if I'm not going to be in the drug industry, then I'm not going to do that. And I love the software industry. I don't have any complaints about it. I like the software industry more than the drug industry. But it's just annoying because, well, you can't, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if, I mean, you can't really do everything, you know? But that's why I'm looking to hire a biotech analyst to help me out. I have some interviews I guess I have to get to, but I want to start trading some of these Hong Kong stocks too. 9896. Yeah, I put it in the Godel paid channel, and what I was hoping is that people would have time to buy it, but the darn then Zynga took it and kind of ran like crazy with it, which was annoying. I think they work for Godel. If you're making content for Godel, basically. You like 9988? Baidu? Alibaba? Yeah, I want to do some Korean stocks too, definitely. Technicals for an interview, like for software? Or what exactly? You don't mean technical analysis, do you? Draw your lines really straight. No junior minors for me. I do have a friend that knows that space better than me. You trading Zim? Zimbabwe? Okay, and the Bob? Zimbabwe?
Puff Daddy, ask me for pardon. Puff.
How would I get a job in this market? I don't know, have some fucking skills and some confidence. We're crying out loud. Whoa, look at this doc. Hey.
$170. It was so easy. They call it spruce. We're gonna spruce up your portfolio. That's spruce for you.
Who hates pickles? I don't hate pickles. You just gotta watch your mouth sometimes. You know, you run your mouth a little bit, you might get checked. Sometimes I gotta check you. Simple as that. Big homie's gonna check you. You never been checked by Big Homie? That's what Big Homie does. I'll let you live, I'll let you breathe. When time comes to check you, I'm gonna check you. That's how I grew up. No, I never really knew Trump.
It's tremendous spruce. It's tremendous. It's good spruce. It's the best spruce.
Yeah, you gotta be a flatterer is what, I think what he's trying to say.
Now the Koreans working for me. They work for me on Spruce. I'm sorry, what? You're telling me that for the first time. I'm just becoming aware of that. I didn't know that.
I was definitely three-point king, but I was young and strong. I'm not that anymore, but I still got the form. The form is golden. The form is fabulous. The form is ecclesiastical. My form is off balance. I got it. On balance, I got it. Oh, just draining. My form is magnificent, meticulous. The form is magnanimous. It's miraculous, it's immaculate, it's dynastical. Just, oh. I didn't beat John Starks one-on-one. Hell no. Hell no. I had a good cross. I had to cross. But I had no left, man. That was my killer weakness. Everyone was like, Skrelly's going right. He never goes left. The only question was, is he going to go straight, right a little bit, or all the way right? That was it. Those are my options. For real. Am I seeing this? No, I'm blind. Oh, you guys can't see my screen. I don't sell N-word passes, okay? First of all, they're not mine to sell. Alright? How could I sell an N-word pass? You can only buy an N-word pass. And yes, I've accumulated many. Doesn't mean I'm going to use them. Hood books, Tears of a Hustler, Tears of a Hustler 2, 3. I might have a baby reveal later. I mean, I've revealed a baby many times, but I might show you guys the baby. Now the only question becomes, what do you do about quantum?
Almost 200. Unbelievable. Whoa, 180, what? How? 180, oh my god. Unbelievable. They love the spruce. They love it.
QBTS is a scam, yes. D-Wave is a complete scam. There's zero doubt in my mind. 0.0000% doubt. I mean, they're gonna dilute for sure, but I mean, whoever's gonna do the deal, the offering, they're just gonna buy them, right?
Don't sell, it'll make it go higher.
I'm just kidding. You should sell if you're up a lot. There's no reason to be a pig if it's tripled your money or something. You know, you can just sell and come back to it if you want, or you know, if it's a big position, like you gotta understand what you're trading, right? I've been following lysosomal storage diseases literally my whole life. It's just the one thing on God's green earth that I know a lot about, right? If that's not you, you know, sell a little bit and go read.
Tan is a scam. That's how it works. That's how it works. Orange is different. Orange is not tan. Especially if the CEO, well, you know, if he's from China, then he's a scam. If he's from China, then he's a scam.
Brian, you can thank me by subscribing to Godel Terminal, GodelTerminal.com. Join us today. What can you get at Godel Terminal that you can't get elsewhere? We have 2 times the news that Bloomberg has per ticker, 10 times the news or more than TradingView. We've got all the international stocks. We've got a great and vibrant community. We've got sell-side research. We've got portfolio tools. We've got quantitative tools. We've got it all. How much would you say? Like Bloomberg, $2,500 a month? $1,000 a month? No, it's only $80 a month. TradingView is fine, but it doesn't have any news. It certainly doesn't have any quantitative tools. It certainly doesn't have any sell-side research. It certainly doesn't have any buy-side directory. TradingView makes you feel like all of Wall Street doesn't exist. It's an isolating tool. It was made by, and meant for the trader in his attic trading 50K. Wall Street's a big place. I bring you to the street. Okay, Brian, then add a user using the org, O-R-G, put O-R-G, and add family member. I don't care if they use the product. Pay again. Pay double. That's an easy feature to add, Clark. We'll add that, don't worry. Bullish on Akira. It's about to go over 100 shit. You're talking about, can it hit 100? What the fuck do you think? Can it hit 100? Can it hit 100? Yes, it can. Yes, it will. Oh shit! Yellow manifesting it. Straight manifesting it. Hold on. Hold up. Let me manifest it. Oh, I manifested it! Manifested. It worked. It actually worked. That's technical analysis. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. You saw it happen, so it must be true, right? That is the faulty logic. You know, sometimes you just get lucky. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, Martin, you're early to quantum. You timed it. You messed up the timing." What about this one? I literally was instant profits. Sometimes. Is the first dirty joke I ever heard, okay? I was in 5th grade. Maybe it was not the first, but it was the first one I remember. And, you know, it's a bunch of pirates or ship hands on a ship, and there's a barrel. And the ship hand's cleaning the deck, and the ship hand goes, "Hey, you know how the barrel works?" He goes, "What's the barrel? What is it?" He goes, "The barrel's got a hole in it. And if you put your you-know-what in the hole, you get a you-know-what, a BJ." And the guy said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, you should try it." And he goes and he tries it and he says, "Wow, man, that was great. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable." And the next day he goes up. And he's just using the thing every day, right? And one day he goes and he puts his thing in and he says, "What's going on? It's not happening." And the ship hand taps him on the shoulder and says, "It's your turn inside the barrel." So, you know, the point I'm making is that it's just one of these things where some days you're right, some days you're right away, some days you're right after a year, some days you're right after 3 days, some days you're right after 3 months, some days you're wrong immediately, some days you're wrong after 3 months, some days you're wrong after a year. It's all the gamut, and it's pretty much normally distributed. You can trick yourself into thinking, why am I so early on my trades? Let me put them on later. And then you're too early. Oh shit, I gotta put them all on right away. Oh, then I'm too early. You know. No, I've always said I like Akira. It's literally on the top of my screen. This is where I put my logs. It's been there for months. I've always liked Akira. It's up here with all my other logs like Abivax, Sarepta, Akira, PGen, ANAV, EQ. What the fuck you talking about? Stop bullshitting. Don't do Shkreli like that. my friend is coming over to fix my stream, and then I think my girl is coming over with the baby, so I'm excited. I think I can show you the baby. Henry, you gotta subscribe to Godel. I think we have some Canadian brokers, but we'll add more. Just let me know which one you need. If you made some money on this, please subscribe to Godel. That's how you can keep me from stopping the streams, from quitting. I was down 20% coming into today. I am no longer down 20%. Let's say that. Because I bought spruce over here at 35. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good over here. I got the person coming over is this beautiful woman. She knows my girl. There's no funny business here. But she's a super babe. I don't think she's gonna want to be on screen, but you might hear her. The funniest part is I bought the stock and I went and did an interview with an engineer. I admit I was checking the price a little bit during my interview. Yep, that's right, Ethan. Back in black. I'm sure I'm going to give it all back when IonQ goes to 500. I saw the news. I didn't know this company from a hole in the wall, and I saw the news that they have a lysosomal storage disease drug. I cut my teeth on Wall Street with lysosomal storage disease drugs. Those were the first kinds of drugs I really looked at. Big biotech kind of orphan drugs. So I bought it 30, I bought all over the place. I think I maybe started at 40, bought all the way down, maybe 35 average. Then I told the Godel users, then I tweeted about it. Oh, I got a good place for you to go on a date. Go to Hudson Yards. 30 Hudson Yards, go to a place called Peak, P-E-A-K. That's a good first date. I want to say I'd be up over 10x this year if I didn't touch quantum. And that's after being up 24x last year. But what can I do? I fumbled way bigger amounts of money than 20 something, 20, 30 million. They ain't shit. Man, that ain't shit.
Listen, most of my money I make being an entrepreneur, not trading. You know, entrepreneurship is how I make hundreds of millions. You know, trading is. I'm not even a good trader. You know, I'm an investor. Yeah, I think it's worth selling a little bit up here if you're. I mean, one of the problems with long investments is as they go up, in this case up 8x or 7x, you got to take some off the table because your position becomes your whole portfolio. Now, I still think it's bullish, right? It's only 140 million market cap. It's likely to be a $1 billion company, but they're going to dilute, and there's uncertainties as well. So. Brian, just send me a text. You know, you got my number on Godel. You just type in my name in Godel and you'll get my number. Email me. I'm just so busy. I've actually done 100 of those videos, 211. Just do Shkreli investing videos and you'll find it. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I wish I could check my DMs on here, but I'm always looking at, I'm always streaming, so DMs can kind of be a little. Let me see here. Also, our DM system kind of sucks. We have to really revamp it. We're working on something that's more like an IM, where it really would show up on your screen. So yeah, I was making this presentation when the Benzinga guys were, I tried Copilot presentation, PowerPoint for the first time. And I was going to put this out with my idea, but they kind of got me by surprise. So. Yeah, when I have time, I can look at alt. You know, GLPs are a little bit dead. Like I said, sign up for Godel, you'll get the first, I mean, we don't do this a lot, once a month, once every few months, and you'll get the first notice. But more importantly, you'll meet other people and get a better sense for the street. I think most of these sites out there, you don't really understand what the street really is all about. Expert networks, sell side, pipes.
You know, real stuff, not Wall Street bets bullshit. The free version is really for brokies. I mean, it's not meant for anybody else, but you know, the free version has some good stuff. Machine learning, big data, blockchain. Crazy. Which video? $216 you sold? Alright. Now it's $206. Get back. Get back in it. Come on, Playboy. What you doing? Whip it and flip it. Flip it and script it. Strip it, flip it, reverse it. I need your broker to report that you traded $1 zillion at the end of the year. Sir? Your account traded $633 million this year. How is that possible? I took my 100 grand and I flipped it. I see. You know, it's a volatile stock, so it's generally been going up, but you know, you get a chance to buy back some of what you sold, or if you sell, you could probably get a chance to buy it back again. You know, the financing, I would not be surprised if they announced the financing very soon. But the financing can be a catalyst, because they can go to these big funds, and the big funds say, how much do you need, 50? 50 million? Now that's 200,000 shares, dude. That's nothing. Right? So the funds will do it, and the funds say, I'll put the 50 in, I'll buy another 50 in the open market. These guys out there are local. And then other people, hey, go put me in for 5 on the deal. Put me in for 2 mil. And then dudes will be like, the banker will be like, sorry, one fund took the whole deal. And they're like, oh shit, I gotta buy the 2 million in the open market. You know, that's typically how that goes, so. Sometimes. Now, remember that old stock drug, DRUG? A lot of people thought that was gonna be kind of like that. I don't think it did well after that first big run. These guys actually have a decent drug, but drug, DRUG, funny ticker, I know. They kind of had this, it was very murky. They didn't have much going on there.
How are they still doing there? Oh, it's actually been fine. Does anybody remember when this thing just went up? Yeah, it was this day. It's like $1 to 50. We traded it. I think we even bought it. Does anyone remember that? DRUG? But what does the chartist say? That's the thing about chartists. It doesn't really mean anything if somebody who knows what they're doing says, I did lysosomal storage disease my whole life. I'll buy the whole company right now. You know, what is the chartist going to do? Oh, well, I saw the accumulation. Man, I think there's some exhaustion here. Hold on, let me check. If you want to do quantitative analysis or technical analysis, use the tool I made here called Pattern, which actually does a vector search. It gives you some statistical predictions. That's a lot better than anything else. And you could actually test your bullshit technical analysis through this. Oh, this is a, you know, if you think this is like a good technical setup, then put it in the machine and see, oh, actually, no, on average, these things don't really mean anything. You know, change the parameters. What is the average return? You can see here, mean return, 0. One outlier there. Yeah, it was the longboard thing, exactly, you know. Yeah, so here's a mean positive return. But, you know, it's very hard to sort of find great patterns that are 100%, you know. Well, here it is, maybe time to buy it back. Some of you guys who sold it, did they announce an offering? What did they announce? What's going on? No offering. I don't see it yet. Zoom back in. You certainly can't predict news, and then, again, you can't predict when one guy says, yeah, cool, fuck a technical analysis, I'm bidding for the whole company. What do you do then? It's all nonsense, you know. Now, if you're gonna do technical trading, do it with a computer, do it with high performance compute, and most importantly, do it in small size across every stock in the stock market. Why would you want to have to manually look at every freaking chart? It's stupid. Just program your computer to do it. How dumb is that? I'm going to look at every chart. Is what you're doing so complicated you can't write a computer program like this? There's PAT and PRT. They both do the same thing. They do it in backwards ways. PRT looks for the pattern that PRT does, or PAT does, but it does it across a portfolio. Whereas PRT just is one stock. So this just gives you like a historical perspective, and you can backtest this actually. These are really good tools if you want to build a high frequency, or I should say not high frequency, but medium frequency type of statistical arbitrage approach, which I highly encourage because it takes the mental game. It's totally out of the mental game. You don't have to worry at all about your mental state and being mentally screwed up over trades. You just kind of can do it automatically. You just work on the program. I mean, I think the market cap's still pretty low for a good LSD. Still a lot of upside, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame anybody for selling some. It's like Those quantum longs are like, no, I have to be long forever. It's like, bro, you're guaranteeing yourself you're gonna blow up and go to zero. IonQ is not worth, no matter how much it goes up, they're like, it can still go up higher because quantum is good. And it's like, that's not a falsifiable thesis. That means you'll never sell. And they're like, well, you know, NVIDIA never sold. Well, NVIDIA is one company out of, let's see, 1 billion companies. That was the best one. Just because NVIDIA happened and Apple happened does not mean the shitty stock you have is going to be like that. The median stock in the stock market goes down. Yeah, it's just normal buying, and people are trading it too. Vol is always nice to trade. Well, it's not all buying because 750,000 shares outstanding, so it's traded 24, 25 million shares. So people are just hot potatoing the stock back and forth. That's pretty normal. Let me see if my friend's here. Can you hear me now? We're doing some testing, guys.
You have a loop issue already here.
Yeah.
Are you using a mixer?
But you can hear it on the stream?
You just
Can you hear it on the stream now?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay.
well, I hear some issues already at least.
I'm sure. But so right now I'm actually streaming from the from the camera, which is crazy, I know. But I try the microphone, but the microphone doesn't work.
What did you say?
We got this Shure.
Uh-huh.
My camera's right here, so.
Okay.
We got this.
Shure's great.
Yeah, I
It's
figured.
a condenser mic.
Yeah, this is the S. Is this an SM? I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I don't even know how to position it because I don't want to. Maybe up here. I don't know.
Well, it's a condenser mic, so it should be close to your mouth.
Need a way to
But
comfortable way to put that.
there's an audio like there's a looping issue, or maybe it's on Streamlabs.
Yeah, it's.
Look and see.
I think there's all problems like that too. But like, what I really want to do is first use the mic because right now it's literally using. I think it's using that, which is crazy. So like audio input capture, and then if I switch this to this is what I think it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But it is not working, as you can see. There's no.
Yeah, scroll through that. You have tons of.
One of these. USB.
That's what you're putting in?
Yeah.
Is that the only wire? Because sometimes what I heard on stream, it could be a wire issue. It can't touch.
Well,
the
what you're hearing
other
from stream
wire.
is this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the